Chapter 1714. This chapter was requested by Lu Sa. The second update is at 5 p.m. In the void, a pair of eyes peered through the sky. Strands of silver divine light flickered in the eyes, as if they could see through the mysteries of all things. They clearly saw the battle in the sky above Daluosek. What terrifying talent! This person was a 4-star powerhouse of Tian Luosek. He was also the pillar of Tian Luosek. A top force must have at least a 4-star powerhouse to hold the fort. At this very moment, the number 1 expert of Grand Luo City was frightened. He was only at the 9th level Saint Rudiment stage, but he was able to release the shocking strength of an elite 2-star powerhouse. What kind of talent was this? Tempted. In an instant, this person was tempted. He was very tempted. Waves of uncontrollable greed emerged from the depths of his heart. With my talent, an elite 4-star powerhouse is my limit. I can't go any further. If I want to go further, I'll need a great opportunity. This kid's talent is amazing, but it's impossible for him to release the strength of an elite 2-star powerhouse with his Saint Rudiment stage cultivation. He must have a great secret. If I capture him, that great secret will belong to me. At that time, it's not impossible for me to possess a 5-star powerhouse. Greed. Everyone had it. The difference was in their strength and their greed for something. 4 cultivators, a profound cultivation base and powerful strength, had always been the tireless pursuit and yearning for. No matter what cultivation method, martial arts, or mysteries they comprehended, it was all for the sake of strengthening themselves. Tempted. The 4-star powerhouse of Tian Luo sect was very tempted. However, he did not make a move immediately. Instead, he continued to observe. He was very cautious. The news of the battle here could not be completely sealed. It was very likely that it would spread to other territories. At that time, it would inevitably attract other powerhouses from other territories. If he were to brazenly capture him, it would inevitably provoke other powerful enemies. He had to make sure that no one knew. In the sky above Daluo sect, Chen Zong fought fiercely with 3 Daluo sect venerables alone with a sword. A 2-star powerhouse. 2 1-star powerhouses. Despite fighting 1 against 3, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Of course, Chen Zong could not use the Lingwu Supreme technique to increase his strength, while borrowing the power of the Burning Fiend Azura technique. Therefore, even if he pushed his strength to the limit, he could only display the strength of an elite 2-star warrior. However, with his superb swordsmanship, he could completely withstand the combined attacks of the 3 venerable masters. In addition, Chen Zong vaguely felt that someone was staring at him. The gaze was very obscure, but there was a trace of greed in it. If it weren't for Chen Zong's superhuman perception, he wouldn't have sensed it either. Chen Zong felt threatened by the greedy eyes that were staring at him in the dark. Chen Zong's heart domain covered the entire area, covering a radius of 100 meters. Everything within 100 meters seemed to be under his control. Coupled with his exquisite swordsmanship, Chen Zong didn't fall into a disadvantageous position while dealing with the 3 half-step Great Saint experts. On the contrary, the 3 half-step Great Saint experts of the Daluo sect were extremely shocked. They couldn't imagine that a junior at the Saint Rudiment stage could have such strength. It was too shocking and appalling. The old drunkard, who was returning, saw this from afar and immediately doubted his life. He even felt that his 1,000 years of cultivation had gone to waste. Form the formation. The Daluo sect 2-star powerhouse shouted in a low voice. It was embarrassing to say that 3 half-step Great Saint powerhouses had to form a formation to deal with a junior at the Saint Rudiment stage. However, they could clearly feel the pressure as they were in the middle of it. It was an invisible pressure. There was also an indescribable fear that originated from foresight. If it was already like this now, what would happen if the other party broke through to the half-step Great Saint level? Wouldn't his combat strength skyrocket? At that time, what would the Daluo sect use to resist? The Daluo heaven trapping formation. In the blink of an eye, the three half-step great sage experts moved, leaving behind layers upon layers of afterimages. They spread out in three directions, forming a triangle that surrounded Chen Zong. Countless black rays spread out in all directions like crisscrossing silk threads, connecting the three powerhouses as if they were about to become one. The blackness spread and spread rapidly, dyeing the surroundings. Chen Zong felt as if he had fallen into a prison. A kind of binding pressure came from all directions, pressing down on him from all directions. The Daluo heaven trapping formation. This was the only formation in the Daluo sect. It was also a powerful formation that was said to be able to trap the heavens. Of course, trapping the heavens was only an exaggeration, but it also reflected its characteristics and power. If three one-star powerhouses joined forces to form this formation, it was enough to trap a two-star powerhouse. Then, they would work together and continue to besiege and slowly grind the two-star powerhouse to death. Now it was formed by an elite two-star powerhouse, an elite one-star powerhouse, and an ordinary one-star powerhouse. It was enough to completely trap an elite two-star powerhouse and slowly besiege the two-star powerhouse to death. Chen Zongning could feel an astonishing pressure pressing down on him. Many black threads extended out and landed on his body. They layered on top of each other and seemed to want to bind him completely, trapping him to death. The will of the heart sword, which was extremely sharp, was activated in an instant. The sunken night sword slashed out in an instant, streaking across the black threads and tearing them apart. However, through the touch of the sword, Chen Zong could clearly feel the tenacity of the black thread. Chen Zong immediately understood that he could not be trapped for a long time. Otherwise, the longer it was, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. At that time, he would have to reveal his true strength. His heart domain was compressed, and everything around him became clearer. Chen Zong was looking for the flaws of this formation. Nothing in the world was perfect. Everything was relative. The so-called perfection was just that no one could find the flaws. This formation was indeed extremely exquisite and shocking. For a moment, Chen Zong could not find any flaws. However, he could force the flaws out. Limitless sword. Limitless sword. Line of heaven and earth. In an instant, Chen Zong attacked continuously. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, and they attacked in three different directions. Under the formation, the strength of the three half-step great saint experts temporarily merged into one, and they directly resisted Chen Zong's three sword lights. More black light turned into threads and entangled them. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Chen Zong's mouth, and he was filled with confidence. Although those three swords had been completely blocked, Chen Zong had also caught a trace of a flaw. The difference in strength between the three was a flaw. Blood thunder explosion. The power of the blood thunder explosion at the complete realm was extremely shocking. Moreover, it allowed Chen Zong to unleash it without restraint. An astonishing aura spread out in an instant. Swift wind. Fierce fire. Wind and fire striking the sky. In an instant, Chen Zong used the wind and fire triple swords to the extreme. After integrating the power of the blood thunder force, the power increased greatly. The direct attack power was not inferior to the line of heaven and earth at all, and even stronger. The subsequent destructive power was even stronger than the line of heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued without end, and the continuous impact caused the expressions of the three Daluo sect experts to change greatly. Moreover, this kind of power was aimed at the weakest point of the Daluo sect. Line of heaven and earth. The endless sword light spread out and condensed in an instant, and it became even darker. When the sword struck, the pitch-black sword light was like a black hole that could absorb all the light in the world. This sword immediately enlarged the flaw of the wind and fire triple swords. Defeat. The weakest half-step great saint expert flew backward, unable to withstand the power of the sword. If not for the protection of other forces, not only would the sword have repelled him, but it could also have killed him. Thunder light escape. In an instant, Chen Zong turned into a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the gap in the formation at an astonishing speed. His sword was like a hot knife through butter, and he attacked the ordinary half-step Great Saint Expert. Stop! The half-step Great Saint Expert's expression changed drastically. He quickly roared and chased after Chen Zong at full speed. Both of his hands struck out continuously, and black palm prints covered the sky and earth in all directions. Every single one of them contained astonishing power. Immediately, a black palm print that was dozens of meters long rushed out from the other palm prints and blasted toward Chen Zong. If Chen Zong insisted on chasing after the half-step Great Saint Expert, he would be hit by this palm print. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had no intention of dodging. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Blood, thunder, explosion. Line of heaven and earth. Slash. The power of this sword had yet to reach the 3-star level, but it was already at the top of the 2-star level. Like a hot knife through butter, Chen Zong slashed apart the black palm print and charged towards the 2-star warrior of the Daluo sect. Chen Zong paid no attention to him. He quickly turned around and stabbed out with his sword. Infinite Sword. Although the Infinite Sword integrated with the blood thunder explosion was not as strong as Line of Heaven and Earth, its power was still very terrifying under the influence of the Supreme Sword intent. Its power was not something that an ordinary half-step Great Saint Expert could resist. The sword broke through layers of palm prints, pierced through the half-step Great Saint Expert's body, and stabbed out from his back. The tyrannical power even threw the ordinary half-step Great Saint Expert's body back. Previously, Chen Zong did not kill the half-step Great Saint Expert in the sky above the Shura sect because he hid his strength and used the half-step Great Saint Expert to train himself. But now, since he had chased the half-step Great Saint Expert all the way to the Shura sect, he naturally had to use the appropriate means. Chen Zong could not help but sigh. It seemed that the so-called plan, the so-called steady progress, and the so-called step-by-step exploration did not suit him. In the end, everything still depended on strength. Of course, all of this was built on the condition that he had sufficient strength. If he did not have enough strength, he should shrink his neck and develop slowly to avoid attracting the attention of others. But now, Chen Zong was not even afraid of the half-step Great Saint Expert with 3-star combat strength. As long as he was willing, he could even break through to the half-step Great Saint level in a short period of time. At that time, his strength would definitely be more tyrannical, and he would not be afraid even if he faced a half-step Great Saint Expert. And the strongest expert in the Shura sect was a half-step Great Saint Expert. With strength as his backing, he was naturally full of confidence and had nothing to fear. With one sword, he killed a half-step Great Saint Expert of the Shura sect. At the same time, it angered the other 2 half-step Great Saint Experts. The 2 of them did not hesitate to unleash their secret technique. Their auras instantly increased by several folds, becoming even more tyrannical and shocking. Chapter 17:15. Second update, 9 p.m., third update, boom. The void exploded and was filled with endless black light. The terrifying power and might wreaked havoc in all directions. Everyone from the Daluo sect was shocked, and the spectators from afar felt their hairs stand on end. This power was too terrifying. Would the second elder of the Shura sect be able to withstand it? Endless sword light with traces of blood tore through the sky, tearing apart the endless darkness. A figure also broke out with the sword light. His eyes were cold and extremely calm, as if he was indifferent to everything. His gaze swept past the 2 half-step Great Saints of the Daluo sect, making them tremble uncontrollably. What kind of eyes were those? Indifferent to the common people and looking down on the world. As if everything in the world was indifferent to everything in the world. In the depths of his heart, Chern Zong had already sentenced the 2 half-step great saints of the Daluo sect to death. Killing 1 was killing 2 was killing, and killing 3 was killing all the same. Kill, kill, kill. Nether extinction black eyes. Chern Zong had already cultivated this secondary mystic eye technique to the highest level. The black light was extremely deep, and it swept past the eyes at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the white of the eyes was dyed and completely disappeared. Only the extremely deep black light spread out, as if a black hole was sucking in all light. When the pair of deep black eyes stared at him, the Daluo sect's 2-star expert felt his heart tremble. His entire consciousness seemed to be sucked in, and he forgot his own situation. No. Something's wrong. In an instant, the 2-star expert reacted and hurriedly gathered all his consciousness to resist. He already understood that the other party had used a mystic eye technique that targeted the spiritual level. It seemed to suck in his consciousness in an instant. The 2-star expert's consciousness was very strong, and his reaction was also very fast. However, he was still a little slower. In a battle between experts, the slightest difference in timing was life and death. An extremely condensed sword light pierced through the air at an indescribable speed. The horizon was so close that it swept past in an instant. The 2-star expert used all his strength to dodge. His face was completely distorted, and he felt as if his body was about to deform due to the intense movement. However, he still couldn't avoid it. Everything was under Chern Zong's control. Even if both of them had the same 2-star battle prowess, they would be able to display more strength if they had mastered different means and were outstanding in all aspects. In the end, combat strength was a display of strength, and it was not absolute. For example, Chern Zong was a prodigy who excelled in all aspects. Even if he was only an elite 2-star fighter, he could still hold his own against an ordinary 3-star fighter. A sword pierced through the air, piercing through everything. The Daluo sect's 2-star warrior's throat was pierced by the sword. The terrifying sword chi invaded his body and wreaked havoc, killing everything in its path. Even when he was about to die, he couldn't do it. He could only look at Chern Zong with fear and reluctance as he fell. Serene black pupils. Chern Zong stared at the last half-great saint again. This person was an elite 1-star fighter. As they looked at him, they were stunned. They could not resist at all, as if they were waiting to be slaughtered by Chern Zong. Dead. Seeing the 3 half-great saints being slaughtered, everyone in the Daluo sect was dumbfounded. They couldn't react for a moment. When they finally reacted, they all burst into tears. Those 3 were the pillars of the Daluo sect. They were the strongest in the sect, the foundation of the Daluo sect, and the symbol of the Daluo sect. They were killed. All of them were killed. Sorrow filled the air and shrouded the sky above the Daluo sect. It was as if invisible dark clouds had gathered. Chern Zong could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere. Looking down from above, Chern Zong's expression was slightly indifferent. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At first, he didn't have the intention to kill. Then why did he kill them? Was it because he was vicious and merciless? No. In the end, they asked for it. If they didn't covet his opportunity and wanted to kill him, they wouldn't have died. At most, they would have paid a price. The world of cultivators was so cruel. Some people took pleasure in killing. Some people bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. Some people were clear about gratitude and grudges. As for Chern Zong, his principles were very clear. If the other party didn't want to kill him, he wouldn't kill them. However, if the other party wanted to kill him and acted, he wouldn't let them go. Why did the Spring Thunder sect's sect master and elder die? Because they wanted to kill him. Why did the elders and sect masters of the 5 lower forces and 4 middle forces die? Because they wanted to kill him. Why did the 3 half-great saints of the Daluo sect die? Because they wanted to kill him. Everything was as simple as that. The members of the Daluo sect wept bitterly and watched in shock from afar. Chunzong pondered. Then, his eyes became brighter and clearer. I walk my own path. Where are the people who betrayed the Azura sect? Chunzong looked down on the Daluo sect's sect master. His voice was cold and sharp. You're so cruel. You'll die a horrible death. An elder of the Daluo sect scolded. The hatred in his eyes almost turned into a torrential roar. It was as if he wanted to burn Chunzong to ashes. It wasn't just this elder. The other members of the Daluo sect were also glaring at Chunzong. Their eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. They were as cold and sharp as swords. If looks could kill, Chunzong would have been riddled with holes by now. However, such looks couldn't threaten Chunzong in the slightest. Chunzong had no intention of killing them unless they were courting death and attacked him. I won't ask a third time, Chunzong said unhurriedly. The Daluo sect had only poached one disciple from the Azura sect. However, he was the disciple with the highest talent in the Azura sect and had high hopes for him. In terms of talent, he could reach the King realm. Of course, there were also differences in the King realm. Sensing the sharpness and decisiveness in Chunzong's words, the Daluo sect master's pupils shrank. Chunzong was too strong. Even 3 half-step great saints were killed by him. Even if the entire Daluo sect came out in full force, they wouldn't be a match for him. Instead, they would only increase their casualties. Bring him here. The Daluo sect master's eyes were cold. He didn't hide his anger and killing intent as he stared at Chunzong. You're vicious and merciless. The Tian Luo sect won't let you off. The Tian Luo sect was one of the top forces in Grand Luo City. It was the only top force. To a certain extent, it was also a symbol of deterrence. It was like a ruler. It was impossible for the Tian Luo sect to not react to what had happened today. Otherwise, it would be chilling. However, in order to avoid further enraging the other party, they had to act according to the other party's wishes. In an instant, a figure broke out of the encirclement and flew in another direction at an astonishing speed. It was the prodigy disciple who had betrayed the Azura sect and betrayed them to join the Daluo sect. His current cultivation base had already reached the 4th level Saint Rudiment stage. Don't you dare! The Daluo sect master suddenly unleashed his full strength at the peak of the 9th heaven Saint realm. His speed was shocking as he turned into a streak of black light and shot across the sky. The moment he made his move, he went all out with endless killing intent. He hated this person. If it weren't for this person, the Daluo sect wouldn't have suffered such a calamity. A 4th heaven Saint realm prodigy was indeed strong. However, he was nothing in the face of a 9th heaven Saint realm powerhouse. Even Chunzong couldn't fight a 9th heaven Saint realm powerhouse with his 4th heaven Saint realm cultivation base. In just an instant, the Daluo sect master captured the person. However, he didn't kill him. Instead, he used his strength to destroy the other party's Saint Whirlwind and shatter the bones in his limbs. The Daluo sect master threw the person at Chunzong's feet like a dead dog. The Daluo sect master stared at Chunzong fearlessly. It was as if he was unafraid of death. Chunzong glanced at him but didn't care. 2,000 heavenly origin pills, Chunzong said. This was compensation. Compared to other losses, 2,000 heavenly origin pills were nothing. He could even pay 20,000 heavenly origin pills as long as the 3 half-step great saints didn't die. However, it was too late to say anything. The cause of the past, the effect of today. Everything seemed to be decided by the heavens. The Daluo sect master quickly handed over 2,000 heavenly origin pills to Chunzong. Chunzong put away the heavenly origin pills and glanced at them. His expression didn't change, but there was a hint of indifference in his eyes. I welcome you to seek revenge on me. However, the prerequisite is that you have sufficient strength. Otherwise, death will be your only ending. After saying that, Chen Zong turned into a streak of light and flew away. He was heading towards the Burning Heart sect. The matter of the Burning Heart sect injuring the Azura Gate's Grand Elder was already a grudge. He could ignore it and leave it to the Grand Elder to resolve it. However, this time, a half-step Great Saint expert from the Burning Heart sect made a move against him and tried to kill him repeatedly. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed. This grudge had to be resolved. As for how it would be resolved, it would depend on the other party's attitude. If it was the same as the Daluo sect, it would be to kill him. On the other hand, Chen Zong was puzzled about something. Who was the person watching him from the dark? To be able to threaten him, he had to be at least a 3-star battle strength or even higher. In the territory of Tai Luo City, only the Tianluo sect had 3-star or higher experts. Was the person watching him from the dark someone from the Tianluo sect? If so, why didn't he appear to stop him? After all, the Tianluo sect was the only top force in the territory of Tai Luo City. They were like a ruler. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have allowed him to kill a half-step Great Saint powerhouse from the Daluo sect. Even if he couldn't make a move when he killed the first one, he could definitely make a move when he killed the second and third one. Don't understand. However, Chen Zong didn't think too much about it. He couldn't guess what the other party was thinking. Now that he had left, the feeling of being watched disappeared from Chen Zong's mind. Perhaps the other party didn't follow him. Where is he going? The spectators also reacted. There was a hint of doubt amidst the horror. That's not the direction of the Shura sect. Could it be that he's going to the Burning Heart sect? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. Burning Heart sect. The second elder of the Shura sect was so crazy. After killing the 3 half-step Great Saint powerhouses from the Daluo sect, he still wanted to go to the Burning Heart sect. Chapter 1716. Third update. The Burning Heart clan and the Daluo sect were both superior forces. They were located on opposite sides of the Daluo mountain and were quite far away from each other. Of course, it was nothing to a half-step great sage. They could cross it very quickly. Chen Zong was extremely fast. He quickly left the Daluo sect and turned into a gust of wind. He drifted in the void between heaven and earth and flew towards the Burning Heart clan. In the middle, he would pass through a valley that stretched for hundreds of miles. The valley was filled with towering trees and was very lush. When Chen Zong flew to the middle of the valley, his expression suddenly changed. He did not hesitate to use the Thunderlight Escape and increased his speed. The Thunderlight Escape was an explosive movement technique and could not be maintained for long. However, at this moment, Chen Zong, who felt the sudden danger, had no choice but to do so, even if the consumption of energy increased. However, the person who made the move seemed to have premeditated and had made all the preparations. A smear of black appeared at the top of the sky and spread out at an astonishing speed. It was upside down, and around the bottom of the sky, black appeared and spread upwards like a biting cold tide. It was a combination of the top and the bottom. The speed of the black spreading was extremely fast. Although Chen Zong's speed was also very fast, he was still a little slower. Boom! The Thunderlight Escape directly hit the edge of the black and slashed out with his sword. However, Chen Zong felt a strong and tenacious force blocking his sword. Moreover, it burst out with an astonishing rebounding force and sent him flying. Chen Zong's expression sank slightly. He could only watch as the black completely covered him. It was as if it had formed a dark void and trapped him. Isolated. He was completely isolated. He could not feel any aura outside the dark void, even though Chen Zong's divine will was shockingly powerful. The appearance of the dark void was so sudden and so fast that it was completely premeditated. However, Chen Zong did not panic. Instead, he remained calm. The more it was like this, the more he had to remain calm. "Come out," Chen Zong said calmly. His eyes were faint and there was a trace of sharpness. Clap, 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 clap. A series of claps suddenly sounded. In the dark void it was very crisp and ear-piercing. "You're very good. If I were your age and encountered such a situation, I wouldn't be able to remain so calm." A somewhat hoarse voice sounded, but it seemed to come from all directions, making it difficult for Chen Zong to determine the speaker's location. "Who are you?" Chen Zong asked again as he tried to sense the other party's location. "You don't need to know." The other party's voice was still as hoarse as ever. "Why did you attack me?" Chen Zong asked again. He was stalling for time so that he could find out where the other party was. The tyrannical power of divine sense swept out like a storm, covering the entire dark void. However, it was difficult to locate the other party's figure. It was as if the other party had become one with the dark void. It was as if the other party did not exist, yet it was as if the other party was everywhere. "I'm very interested in you." The hoarse voice had a hint of ridicule, and the words were also very straightforward. "There must be a big secret on your body. As long as you hand over all your cultivation methods, martial arts, and all your secret techniques, and leave behind your storage ring, I will spare your life." "You're from the Tianluo sect?" Chen Zong suddenly asked. "Hee, you can think of it that way." The other party's reaction was very quick. He did not deny it, nor did he directly admit it. Instead, he used an unfathomable tone to reply. The content of his reply was also very vague. Was it? Could be yes, but it could also be no. The other party was from the Tianluo sect. However, if he denied it directly, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Such a vague answer would instead cause people to think that he was purposely setting up a trap to throw the blame on the Tianluo sect. It was also possible that the other party was not from the Tianluo sect. His goal was to throw the blame on them. An ambiguous answer naturally did not affect a stupid person, but to a smart person, it was a kind of confusion. Chen Zong was a smart person, but not one who thought too much. Therefore, he ignored the other party's ambiguous answer and made a judgment in his heart. The other party was from the Tianluo sect. There were reasons for this deduction. Firstly, this was the territory of the Tianluo mountain. Secondly, the other party was acting this way because he was afraid of leaking information and his identity. All in all, the possibility of the other party being from the Tianluo sect was as high as 70 to 80%. If it was a 3-star battle strength from the Tianluo sect, he would not be afraid. However, if it was a 4-star battle strength, then it would be quite troublesome. Especially when the other party was fully prepared. If he guessed correctly, this void shrouded in darkness was a secret treasure. The other party's purpose of using the secret treasure to trap him was not to kill him, but to obtain the so-called opportunity. Of course, after obtaining the so-called opportunity, whether he could survive or not would be very uncertain. Would Chen Zong hand over the so-called opportunity? Naturally, it was impossible. Then, he would have to find the other party and fight. Since when did a 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect engage in such shady business? Chen Zong opened his mouth again. The moment he finished speaking, Chen Zong's extremely sharp senses indeed caught a trace of an undetectable fluctuation. This fluctuation was immediately caught by Chen Zong, and he instantly drew his sword. The deep night sword slashed through the darkness, piercing through everything and mercilessly piercing through the dark void. Not only did he use all of his strength, but he also unleashed the power of the blood thunder force, transforming it into a line between heaven and earth. This was the only way to pose a threat to the other party. The sword pierced through the void. As expected, the other party quickly dodged. The fluctuation brought about by the sword was even more clearly felt by Chen Zong. As if the sword light had exploded, countless pitch-black sword rays shot out continuously. They were tyrannical, sharp, and extremely shocking. With Chen Zong as the center, they poured out in all directions. Every sword was extremely tyrannical and had the power of a 2-star elite. Stubborn resistance. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded with a hint of mockery with a sneer. A mere 2-star battle strength dared to go against a 4-star battle strength like him. He was simply ignorant of his own abilities. Every difference in star level was more than double the difference in battle strength. The difference in battle strength between a 2-star and a 4-star was a few times greater. Even if the other party's sword technique was superb, it would be impossible for him to overcome such a difference in strength to go against him. Victory was in his hands. However, to be safe, he used the secret treasure of the Tian Luo sect, the Tian Luo domain, to prevent the news from leaking out. This secret treasure was not simple. It formed a dark space to cover the inside, but the outside world was invisible. At this moment, the dark void could not be seen from the outside world. It was the same as before. It was still the scenery of the valley. One could only discover it when they were close to it. Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless. The hoarse voice sounded in his ears. Chunzong was shocked. Thunderlight escaped. With a burst of speed, he turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly swept to the side. A black light flashed by in an instant, as if it had cut open the void where Chunzong was standing, causing Chunzong to be horrified. Not bad. You actually managed to dodge my attack. I'm getting more and more interested in you. The voice sounded like it was right beside his ear, following him like a shadow. Instantly, Chunzong's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, Chunzong unleashed his true strength. Taichu Sword Energy Technique. Linwu Power. His combat strength soared in an instant. He was originally a 2-star elite, but now it soared to a 3-star elite. His speed increased, and he performed the formless heavenly wind. It was extremely light, and its power was fully displayed. With a turn of his sword, heaven and earth were aligned. Kill. This sword was condensed to the extreme. The pitch-black sword light was deeper and deeper than the dark void. The power of this sword was obviously much stronger than before. In his perception, it had completely reached the level of a 3-star elite. The 4-star elite of the Tian Luo sect was shocked and horrified. He could actually unleash such power. It was too terrifying. Moreover, he could feel that his opponent's power and aura had changed. Previously, his aura was filled with shocking killing intent. Now, his aura had an indescribable sharpness. Obviously, they were different cultivation techniques. One person could actually master 2 different cultivation techniques at the same time? Unbelievable! The 4-star elite was getting more and more excited. A great opportunity. It was definitely a great opportunity. It was even greater than he had imagined. With his full strength, Chunzong became even more powerful. Whether it was his attack, speed, or other aspects, they all increased. With a sword in his hand, he kept attacking. For a moment, the 4-star elite was actually unable to do anything to Chunzong. Under such circumstances, the 4-star elite also unleashed his full strength. Elite 4-star combat strength. The long saber was unsheathed. The saber light suddenly lit up and shone in all directions. Then, it retracted and returned to darkness. As the saber slashed down, its power was extremely shocking. The saber light seemed to have split the darkness, but it also seemed to have deepened the darkness. The saber slashed out. It was only a saber light, but it made Chunzong feel as if he was facing hundreds of saber lights. It was like an inescapable net. There was nowhere to dodge. Nether Extinction Black Pupil. This ocular secret technique could not only directly attack the target's mind, but it could also enhance Chunzong's vision, allowing him to better see the weak spots. Originally, Chunzong's vision was already very shocking. Now that he had cultivated the Nether Extinction Black Pupil to the extreme, the increase was even more shocking. 1 point. 1 point among the hundreds of saber lights was instantly targeted by Chunzong. Heaven and earth aligned. A sword pierced out, instantly piercing through that point. Chen Zong only felt a tyrannical force rush towards him, causing the sunken knight's sword to almost bend. His entire body flew backwards, but a large portion of the blade was also disintegrated by Chen Zong's sword. Slash! 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 The pitch-black long saber kept slashing out. One slash after another, as if it was endless. It was like a black saber wave, surging and surging endlessly, covering everything in all directions. Since one slash was not enough, he would slash more. He wanted to see how his opponent would deal with it. As the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. Facing such a strong, violent, and concentrated attack, he wanted to see how his opponent would deal with it no matter how skilled he was. Chen Zong's expression was cold, and his eyes were flickering. Dozens of saber lights, each of them condensed into a solid form. The power of each of them could injure an ordinary 4-star fighter. It was very terrifying. They attacked from all directions and surrounded him. Yin and Yang Sword Realm. Chapter 17:17. I admit I lost track of time while typing. In the dark space within celestial suppression, dozens of extremely powerful saber lights slashed madly as if they were capable of destroying everything. Black and white dual-colored sword lights mixed together, the yin-yang Dao insight had almost touched the limit, and it was extremely profound. Another top-grade Dao insight. The heart of the Celestial Net Sect's 4-star battle force expert couldn't help but jerk. It was already extremely shocking for a formidable cultivator to be able to grasp a top-grade Dao insight, not to mention cultivating it to the limit at the Saint Rudiment stage. Yet this person before him had not only cultivated a top-grade Dao insight to the limit, he had also grasped several other high-grade Dao insights, and all of them had reached the limit of the 9th revolution. Moreover, he had even grasped a second top-grade Dao insight that was close to the limit. To be able to possess an elite 4-star battle force expert, the Celestial Net Sect expert had naturally comprehended Dao insights to the limit, and he was even more shocked because he was able to clearly distinguish the fluctuation of Chen Zong's Dao insight aura. Because of this, he had the same thought as many powerful enemies in the past. Kill. He must kill Chen Zong. Otherwise, such natural talent was too terrifying, and if Chen Zong grew and took revenge in the future, the Celestial Net Sect wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The saber lights arrived and couldn't be dodged. Even if Chen Zong's sword technique was superb, he couldn't break through them at the same time and could only defend. Boom. Boom. Although the Yin-Yang Sword Realm's defense was very strong, it could defend against a single attack from a 4-star battle force expert, but it was difficult to defend against a few dozen attacks. But Chen Zong instantly seized the opportunity and stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the weak point between the shattered saber lights as if he had slashed open a fine passageway. Formless heavenly wind. After this divine ability was cultivated to the perfection stage, its profundity was shocking. Especially when executed with the heavenly wind Dao insight at the limit of the 9th revolution, it could really transform into a strand of heavenly wind that could enter and exit everywhere. Just as he charged out of the shattered saber lights, the pitch-black saber that was coming straight at him slashed down decisively. It was as if it could split open the sky. This saber contained an extremely terrifying might that was extremely overbearing and seemed to be able to cut everything into pieces. It was impossible to evade. It was as if one would be directly slashed. Heavenly Dipper Domination Strike. The secret martial arts of the Tian Luo sect could be used barehanded or with a weapon. Its power was astonishing. The blow made Chen Zong suffocate as if he would be cut into pieces. Chen Zong compressed his heart domain to a radius of 10 meters. He pushed his nether extinction black pupils to the maximum. He focused on that astonishing saber light. He drew his sword. Heaven and earth were aligned. The power that had been condensed to the extreme shot out in an instant, directly hitting the point of the pitch-black blade light. Boom! After a slight pause, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Qin Zong could only feel a terrifying force that could shatter mountains and crack the earth. He was sent flying. If he hadn't activated his unbreakable golden body in time, his hand would have cracked and his arm bones would have been shattered. Even so, he still felt a sharp pain in his body. He couldn't help but tremble in his qi and blood, and was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. The 4-star elite from the Tianluo sect also paused for a moment before the power of the blade exploded. What astonishing awareness and swordsmanship! His eyes were so bright that they seemed to be able to pierce the sky. His combat strength was obviously not as good as his, but he could rely on such astonishing awareness and swordsmanship to attack the weak point of the Celestial Dipper strike. That weak point was insignificant, but it was still grasped and used by his opponent. Indeed, it was terrifying. With such talent, why hadn't he heard of this person's name before? The thought just flashed through his mind. He didn't think too much about it, and there was no need to think too much about it. No matter how outstanding he was, he would eventually fall into his hands. Tianluo swordsmanship. The swordsmanship was unleashed, and pitch-black light covered all directions. Layer upon layer, densely packed, surrounded and attacked. Every slash contained the two forces of toughness and flexibility. As they combined, they became more and more exquisite. In an instant, Qin Zong was trapped in the middle. Qin Zong unleashed the infinite sword chain and combined it with the heart domain that had been compressed to the extreme to defend against his opponent's swordsmanship. In terms of combat skills, Qin Zong was better than his opponent. However, in terms of strength, he wasn't as good as his opponent. Under such circumstances, he could more or less contend with his opponent. However, the power of the Lingwu was rapidly depleting. The supreme Lingwu technique was a minor supernatural power. It wasn't easy to cultivate it. Up until now, Qin Zong had only cultivated it to a minor level. Only when he cultivated it to the great perfection realm, he didn't need to store energy. He could directly activate it and use it endlessly. It would only stop when his energy was completely exhausted. However, he didn't know how much time it would take to reach that level. Right now, it was impossible to defeat his opponent with his own strength. Moreover, the pressure that his opponent gave him was too strong. It was almost beyond his limit. He couldn't borrow the pressure from his opponent to sharpen the mysteries of the sword intent body. If this continued, when the power of the Lingwu was completely exhausted, his strength would decrease. At that time, it would be even worse. As for using the Azura doppelganger to display the evil eye of obliteration, Qin Zong wasn't confident that he could kill his opponent. Instead, it would expose the secret of the doppelganger and attract more trouble. At that time, the scene of him escaping into the bewildering light sea would unavoidably repeat itself. He had to escape. In order to escape, he had to break through this dark void. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. He made a prompt decision. Spirit Control Technique. Activate. In an instant, 18 rays of black light suddenly lit up and shot out at an astonishing speed towards the other party like a hot knife through butter. This sudden move immediately startled the other party, causing him to be somewhat startled. However, his reaction speed was extremely fast. With the Sky Luo sword technique, he could both attack and defend. He instantly blocked the 18 rays of black light. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Zong immediately used the formless heavenly wind and thunderbolt escape to quickly escape. Without hesitation, Qin Zong immediately rushed to the side and approached the edge of the dark void. When the Sky Luo sect's 4-star powerhouse saw this, a mocking sneer appeared on his face. Could it be that he still wanted to break through the Sky Luo domain? The strength of the Sky Luo domain was closely related to the user's strength. In other words, Unless the opponent could erupt with strength comparable to his own, there was no hope of breaking through it. However, it was obvious that the opponent didn't have the strength of an elite 4-star. Heaven and Earth line. The sword slashed out with the strength of an elite 3-star. However, it was blocked and couldn't break through at all. Next attack. I must break through it with my next attack, Chen Zong thought to himself. Then, this attack must erupt with the strongest power. Spirit control. In an instant, all of his divine sense was mobilized. It surged like a tidal wave and raged like a storm. As the storm raged, Chen Zong's black hair fluttered. Each strand of hair emitted a sharp sword aura wave. The 18 rays of black light instantly condensed into 2 lesser imperial divine weapons and pointed forward. All of his divine sense carried the strength of the Genesis sword energy technique and Lingwu power. They all surged into the lesser imperial divine weapons. The black rays were like flowing water. An extremely shocking aura spread out and spread in all directions. However, this wasn't enough. He only had one chance. If he couldn't break through it with this attack, he would inevitably fall into his opponent's hands. Blood Lightning Seed. Detonate. Chen Zong had detonated a Blood Lightning Seed when he was in the 8th realm of the Bewildering Light realm. He knew the power of detonating a Blood Lightning Seed. He also knew that the feeling of detonating a Blood Lightning Seed was extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, after detonating a Blood Lightning Seed, he would have to cultivate again, which would be even more difficult. Previously, the detonation within the Bewildering Light realm was automatically resolved after he exited the Bewildering Light realm. After all, even if he died inside, it wouldn't be a true death. However, this time, it was a true detonation. In order to break through this layer of darkness, he had no choice but to do so. The moment the completed Blood Lightning Seed detonated, Chen Zong felt as if something had exploded in his body. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, an extremely powerful and shocking power spread out like a torrent. Rumble. It was like a blood-red lightning that penetrated his body and landed on the 2 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons. It instantly dyed the lesser Imperial Divine Weapons blood-red. Spirit Control Break. With his divine telekinesis as the source of power, he abruptly pushed the 2 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons forward. The 2 lesser Imperial Divine Weapons instantly intertwined with each other rapidly. It was as if they had turned into a drill that pierced through the void and struck the darkness barrier. The 4-star expert from the Tianluo sect didn't make a move earlier. He wanted to watch the other party make a fool of himself and make him feel despair. However, after Chen Zong's attack, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He had a bad feeling in his heart. This bad feeling seemed to have proven something. With a pop, the extremely tough barrier formed by Tianluo's domain-suppressing artifact was broken in an instant. Even though it was only a crack that was about a foot wide, it was still enough to shock him to no end. This meant that the other party's attack had the fighting power of an elite 4-star expert. It might even be stronger. Forcefully suppressing the uncomfortable feeling in his body, Chen Zong performed the Thunderlight Escape with all his might and rushed towards the crack in an instant. Go, go, go! The crack was actually shrinking rapidly. Stay here. The expert from the Tianluo sect was extremely furious and regretful. He had been too confident. Who would have thought that the other party would have so many trump cards that exceeded his limits and imagination time and time again? With the activation of his power, the crack shrank at a faster speed. Formless heavenly wind. Chen Zong approached the shrinking crack and transformed into a gust of heavenly wind that quickly drilled out. As soon as he broke out of the encirclement of Tianluo's domain-suppressing artifact, Chen Zong immediately felt as if he was a bird flying freely in the sky and a fish swimming freely in the sea. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong pushed his Thunderlight Escape with all his strength and flew away. If it wasn't for the fact that his divine telekinesis couldn't activate the Spirit Control Break, Chen Zong would have used the lesser Imperial Divine Weapon to speed up. Fast. Moving at full speed, extremely fast. Vaguely, Chen Zong felt as if he was about to break through some kind of shackle and surpass some kind of limit. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the valley. He was wearing a black robe and his eyes were cold and ferocious. He stared at Chen Zong with a gaze that was almost tangible. "I didn't plan to use it at first, but you forced me to." A pained expression flashed across his eyes. A black ball appeared in his hand. It seemed to be made of metal and was covered with countless complicated patterns. It looked abnormally mysterious and seemed to contain endless mysteries. This was a one-time use secret treasure that he obtained by chance. It was very precious and different from the Tian Luo secret treasure. The Tian Luo secret treasure wasn't a one-time use secret treasure. It could be used again. Chapter 17-18. The heavenly wind was vast and mighty. It was like a raging sea. Chen Zong seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. He blended into the wind and kept moving forward. A feeling that he was going to break the shackles and surpass his limits arose spontaneously. It was like an electric shock that kept spreading. The 4-star powerhouse from the Tian Luo sect endured the pain and threw the black metal ball in his hand with all his might. The black light spread and spread in all directions. It was like a dark sun shining in the sky. Chen Zong's body trembled. A bone-chilling feeling gushed out from the deepest part of his heart and instantly spread throughout his body. The metal ball that the 4-star powerhouse threw with all his might was extremely fast. Chen Zong's body was not feeling well because of the explosion of the blood lightning seed. Moreover, the royal spirit strike had consumed too much energy. His speed and reaction were a little slow. At this point, he had no choice but to expose the existence of the Shura doppelganger. A gray light flashed between his eyebrows. Just as the Shura doppelganger was about to rush out and escape with the main body, the metal ball flashed and instantly approached before exploding. It exploded in the air like a black firework and turned into strands of black silk. It covered the sky and covered the earth like a net. It was extremely fast and carried an indescribable pressure. It even affected the Shura doppelganger. It seemed like it could not escape from the main body. In an instant, Chen Zong was surrounded by countless black silk threads. They intertwined with each other. When they touched Chen Zong's body, the black silk threads seemed to melt and merged into Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong immediately felt that his strength was rapidly disappearing. Essence, qi, and spirit. It was related to his physique refinement stage, qi refinement stage, and spirit refinement stage. They were all weakening and disappearing. In the blink of an eye, countless black rays entered his body and spread to every part of his body. It was as if every part of his body was covered by the black silk threads. Chen Zong felt like he had been stripped of all his strength and was reduced to an ordinary person. Without strength, he naturally could not fly in the air anymore. His body immediately fell. Moreover, he was falling from such a height and had lost all his strength. If he hit the ground, he would most likely die. However, Chen Zong did not panic. His opponent would not let him fall to his death. Falling, the wind whistled in his ears and became more and more violent. Chen Zong could only feel the boundless scenery flashing past his eyes. He was getting closer to the ground. It was a huge rock that looked as hard as metal. If he were to land directly on it, there was an 80 to 90% chance that his body would shatter or even die on the spot. Close. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. The rough surface of the metal-like boulder was clearly visible to the eyes. 40 meters. 30 meters. Chen Zong could smell the cold aura of the rock. 20 meters, 10 meters, he was getting closer. The speed of falling was extremely fast. 10 meters was just a matter of seconds. Just as Chen Zong's head was about to smash into the huge, metal-like rock, his body suddenly stopped. His head was only 1 foot away from the huge rock. 1 foot was the distance between life and death. Even with Chen Zong's outstanding temperament, he still secretly heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. His opponent was so secretive and used a secret treasure to deal with him. He wanted to capture him alive. Otherwise, why would he go through so much trouble? The 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect stared at Chen Zong's calm face, but he was very unhappy. It was already painful for him to use a precious one-time use secret treasure, but he wanted to use it to teach his opponent a lesson. Seeing his opponent panic from falling would make him feel better. He did not expect his opponent to be so calm. It was as if he did not care about his own life or death. It was as if he was certain that he would not let him die. Anger surged in his heart. He wanted to kill him. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He had used a valuable one-time use secret treasure and planned this carefully just to capture his opponent alive. As long as he could force out his opponent's secrets and obtain the great opportunity, he could do whatever he wanted with him. Thinking of this, he felt a little better. He grabbed Chen Zong and left at a shocking speed. He did not return to the Tianluo sect directly. Instead, he went to a secret place. The secret place required one to pass through a cave and activate a formation to enter. He did not intend to avoid Chen Zong. Obviously, after being hit by the secret treasure, Chen Zong was reduced to an ordinary person. He would be killed after this. Therefore, it did not matter if he avoided him or not. It was a small valley. It was only a few thousand meters in radius. A wooden house was located in the middle of the valley. It looked very simple. This is a secret place that I found in my early years. I obtained some opportunities and a secret treasure here. The 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect had kept this secret in his heart. Now, he could not help but say it out loud. It was like he was lamenting and showing off. That secret treasure is called the God-sealing demon-trapping orb. Even a 5-star powerhouse could not resist it. All of his power would be sealed immediately and he would be reduced to a useless person. A cold smile appeared on the man's face. I originally planned to save it for my life. Today, you forced me to use my only God-sealing demon-trapping orb. This person's expression suddenly turned vicious, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light. His tone was ferocious. I only hope you don't disappoint me. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to beg for death. Of course, as long as you cooperate, I'll spare your life after this. Think about it. It's better to live than to die. What do you want? Chen Zong stared at the man. His expression and eyes were as calm as water. He asked slowly while secretly checking his own body. Although all of his power was sealed, he could still see inside himself. Chen Zong could see that inside his body, there were many black threads that intertwined with each other. They were emitting a strange and deep aura. His power did not really disappear. It was just that it was sealed by these black threads. With a wave of his hand, the 4-star powerhouse from the Tianluo sect immediately took out a pen and paper and placed it in front of Chen Zong. He said coldly, but his eyes were burning with passion. Write down all of your cultivation methods and martial arts. He could see that Chen Zong's cultivation methods and martial arts were extremely exquisite. Also, hand over your storage ring. His eyes shone fiercely. Before Chen Zong could react, he directly took the storage ring from Chen Zong's finger. Remove the ownership, the powerhouse ordered. Then you have to remove the power of the God-sealing demon-trapping orb first, Chen Zong said slowly. His essence, energy, and spirit were all sealed. How could he remove the ownership of the storage ring? The man did not speak again, but his eyes were unusually cold. He also did not return the storage ring to Chen Zong. There were usually 3 ways to remove the ownership of a storage ring. The first way was for the other party to remove it automatically. The second way was to forcefully remove it, but this required a very strong divine sense. The third way was to kill the other party and remove the storage ring naturally. Now that the other party was sealed by the God-sealing demon-trapping orb and could not remove it automatically, there were only two ways left. However, the second way was to forcefully remove it. If it could not be removed, then so be it. If it could be removed, then it would definitely hurt the other party's soul. Therefore, the Tian Luo sect powerhouse could only hold back for now. Otherwise, if he hurt the other party's soul, especially when the other party's essence, energy, and spirit were sealed, he did not know whether he would die because of it. He still needed the other party's opportunity. Then, he could only wait until the other party had written down all of his cultivation methods and martial arts. He would wait until he had obtained the opportunity to kill the other party. At that time, the storage ring would be removed. Everything would belong to him. You'd better cooperate. Otherwise, although I won't kill you directly, I won't hesitate to kill the people of the Shura sect. The Tian Luo sect's 4-star powerhouse threatened. Immediately, a cold light flashed in Chen Zong's eyes. He was here to repay the ancient Shura king and to revive the Shura sect. If the Shura sect were to be wiped out because of him, he would not be able to bear the consequences. I need time. Chen Zong's voice became low. Okay. The Tian Luo sect's powerhouse revealed a smug look, satisfied that his threat was effective. I'll give you 3 days to write down all of your cultivation methods and martial arts. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Picking up the pen and paper, Chen Zong stood up and walked out. Where are you going? The Tian Luo sect's powerhouse asked in a low voice. Here, are you still worried that I'll run away? Chen Zong asked in a mocking tone. Humph, here, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. The Tian Luo sect's powerhouse snorted. Moreover, he was under the influence of the God-sealing demon-sealing orb and had his strength sealed. Chen Zong did not reply. Instead, he kept walking as if he was unwilling to be under the same roof as the powerhouse. The Tian Luo sect's powerhouse did not chase after him. This valley was only a few thousand meters wide. With his speed, he could reach anywhere in an instant. Moreover, his divine sense could cover the entire valley and grasp his opponent's every move. At the edge of the valley, Chen Zong found a comfortable place to sit down. He picked up the pen and paper and began to write. Formless heavenly wind. The first thing Chen Zong wrote down was this secondary ability. The Tian Luo sect's powerhouse's divine sense covered the valley. Although Chen Zong's essence, energy, and spirit were sealed, he could still sense it with his keen senses. Although the Tian Luo sect was a top sect, they did not have any true abilities. They did not even have many secondary abilities, only 2 of them. If they could get their hands on another one, it would be great. In an instant, the Tian Luo sect's powerhouse paid close attention. Chen Zong wrote at a steady pace. Vigorous and powerful words appeared on the animal parchment. The content of Formless Heavenly Wind was very mysterious. As they read, the Tian Luo sect's powerhouse became immersed in it. He continued to comprehend and deduce the mysteries within. As a result, they relaxed their surveillance on Chen Zong. This was the result that Chen Zong wanted. This was also because Chen Zong was sealed by the God-sealing demon-sealing orb and was in this hidden valley. There was no way for him to escape. They had to monitor him because they were worried that he would commit suicide and ruin all their plans. Activate. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that the surveillance on him had relaxed. He immediately ordered. Chapter 17-19. A gray light suddenly appeared in front of Chen Zong's eyes. It rapidly stretched up and down, about 2 meters long, and then spread to both sides. In a flash, a 2-meter-tall, oval-shaped gray light door appeared in front of Chen Zong. This scene appeared too suddenly, too quickly. The Tian Luo sect expert was immersed in comprehending the formless heavenly wind and relaxed his surveillance on Chen Zong. How could he have foreseen such a change? An extremely powerful divine sense blasted down, as if to suppress Chen Zong, but Chen Zong took a step forward and stepped into the gray light door. Boom! In the distance, an extremely powerful black light arrived in a flash, traversing thousands of meters in an instant. Wherever it passed, the vegetation and rocks were torn to shreds. That was an extremely shocking blade light that was shot out in anger. Its power was extremely terrifying, at the level of a 4-star elite, as if it could cut through everything. The gray light door seemed to have been shattered by the blade light, disappearing in an instant. Chen Zong disappeared along with it. The paper and brush were also destroyed by the terrifying power, turning into dust. In the next moment, a black light descended. The place where the blade light slashed was in ruins, leaving behind a long and deep blade mark on the mountain wall. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The Tian Luo sect expert scanned the area, but he couldn't find any trace of Chen Zong. Even his aura had disappeared without a trace. Under the power of the God-sealing demon-sealing orb, in this valley where it was difficult to fly out even if you had wings, Chen Zong escaped from under his nose. Moreover, he didn't know where Chen Zong had fled to. There was no trace of him at all, even his aura had disappeared without a trace. No matter where you run to, Azura's Gate will always be here. I'd like to see if you'll abandon Azura's Gate or return. A cold glint flashed across his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister grin. He had suffered such a great loss. If he didn't take it back, how could he be satisfied? From the gray light door, a foot stepped out and landed on the ground. After Chen Zong walked out of the gray light door, it closed. Bewildering Light Island. A realm gate allowed Chen Zong to temporarily escape danger and arrive at Bewildering Light Island. Chen Zong passed through the 8th level of the Bewildering Light realm and obtained the opportunity to leave. Due to his age, he also obtained the qualifications to challenge the 9th level. At the same time, he could enter and leave the Bewildering Light Island as he wished. As long as he was still in the Tianyuan Sanctuary, no matter where he was, Chen Zong could return to Bewildering Light Island in an extremely short amount of time. Of course, in order to return to Bewildering Light Island, one had to open the Realm Gate and pass through the Realm Gate to return. That would take some time. Chen Zong purposely used the formless heavenly wind to let the other party comprehend it, so that the other party would relax their surveillance on him and summon the Realm Gate. Fortunately, opening the World Gate had nothing to do with spiritual energy. As long as one still had consciousness, they could do it. Otherwise, Chen Zong would be in deep trouble this time. He did not think that if he handed over all his cultivation methods, martial arts, and opportunities, the other party would let him go. He would definitely kill him later. When the Realm Gate opened, Chen Zong appeared at the altar of the Confusion Realm. No one else was alarmed. Who knew what kind of weird thoughts others might have with her current appearance? After opening the Bewildering Light Realm Gate, Chen Zong directly stepped in. Senior Hua Ji. Chen Zong stared at the gray chaos and said. Senior Hua Ji's background was extremely mysterious. Chen Zong felt that she was unfathomable. She was definitely not someone a half-step great saint could compare to. She might even be a great saint expert. If he wanted to remove the seal on his body, he might need to borrow her power. As Chen Zong's voice fell, the chaos seemed to be opened. The dreamy sea of flowers appeared in front of him, and an extremely charming and seductive body appeared in the sea of flowers. What's the matter, little dumpling? A lazy voice spread in the sea of flowers. It was just a voice, but it seemed to be able to arouse the deepest desire in one's heart. Chen Zong's face was full of embarrassment. Little dumpling? Since when did I have such a title? However, Chen Zong never cared much about this kind of title, nor did he have any intention of correcting it. It was not important. Senior Huaji, I've been sealed. My power has been completely sealed. I wonder if you can remove it? Chen Zong did not beat around the bush. Huaji raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at Chen Zong. Immediately, her lazy voice sounded again. It's just a small seal. In other words, this seal was nothing to her. However, why should I remove it for you? Hua Ji's rhetorical question made Chen Zong speechless. Yes, they were not related. Why should she remove it for him? Find a reason to persuade Hua Ji? Chen Zong could not think of any reason or price that would be worth her doing this. Let me give you a reminder. If you can understand the mystery of the self-realm, the seal will be broken by itself. Hua Ji's final voice sounded. Immediately, thousands of flowers swirled and turned into chaos. Self-realm. Chen Zong heard the last sentence clearly. Senior Hua Ji, I want to challenge the ninth realm. Chen Zong said without hesitation. The enemy of the self-realm was different from the enemies of other realms. If he challenged the seventh or eighth realm in his current state, he would only die. However, the opponent of the ninth realm's self-realm was another him. In other words, if all his power was sealed, then the other him of the ninth realm should be the same. Perhaps this way, I can understand the mystery of the sword intent body more clearly, Chen Zong thought to himself. The chaos dispersed and appeared in that space again. It was like a spacious hall. A figure stepped out from the center of Hunan. He wore a white robe and had a calm expression. He looked exactly like Chen Zong, as if he was carved out. However, Chen Zong's sharp senses could sense that the other person's aura was very subtle, just like his own. It was sealed. Chen Zong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the opponent of this realm did not have their power sealed, then what was there to challenge? It would be impossible for him to succeed. Now they were also sealed. What was left was only the body and power of a Pinto. No, it should be said that they were stronger than ordinary people who had not undergone any cultivation. After all, Chen Zong had tempered his body. Although his power was sealed, he still retained some of his physical strength, enough to wield the Sunken Knight sword. Of course, he could only use the Sunken Knight sword as a weapon. He could not activate the power contained in it. After many battles, Chen Zong was fearless. He stepped forward. Run. The two of them quickly closed in on each other. Their gazes became sharp. His right hand grabbed the hilt of his sword. Sword light flashed, and he immediately attacked. In just an instant, the two swords collided. An ear-piercing sound burst out, and energy overflowed. Even if it was just a swing of the sword with ordinary strength, the two of them had amazing control of their strength and superb sword technique. The power was very terrifying. The strong enemies of the ego realm were very strong. Their strength was that no matter how much strength was consumed, no matter if they were injured or not, they could maintain their peak attack. It was as if the consumption of strength and injury did not affect them at all. Chen Zong was different. Once his strength was consumed or injured, the strength of his attack would inevitably be affected and weaken. In this way, he would be defeated by his opponent in the end. However, he would not be defeated in the beginning. Without too much strength, it would be easier to understand the changes of the sword of heart and mind. It arose from the heart, emanated from the intention, manifested from the body, and appeared in the sword. The strength of his opponent's attack was extremely shocking. Every sword seemed to have exhausted all the strength he had, bursting out with incomparably terrifying power. However, his opponent's sword technique attainments were on par with his own. This made it so that he could not find the slightest advantage when facing his opponent. In any battle, there was a reason for being able to defeat or even kill the opponent. It was either absolute strength that surpassed the opponent, or the difference in strength was not big, and the opponent's skills were better than the opponent's, or they were extremely lucky. In short, there had to be an advantage. Without the slightest advantage, how could he win? It was just wishful thinking. However, Chen Zong's expression was calm. His whole body was focused, and his perception was raised to the extreme. As he swung his sword, he carefully understood the mystery of his opponent's strength application. Under the heavy pressure of continuous battles, His understanding of the sword of heart and mind had already reached the limit of the bottleneck. What he lacked was an opportunity. As long as he found this opportunity, there was a great possibility that he could break through and master new mysteries. What is the mystery of the ego realm? A thought unconsciously emerged, making Chen Zong ponder. Fight, fight, fight. Their sword techniques were extremely superb. It was almost impossible to find each other's flaws and break through them. Move. Catch the sword. After repeated collisions of strength, Chen Zong's strength was constantly consumed. Gradually, he could not maintain the high intensity of his previous sword attack. On the other hand, his opponent was still so tyrannical. Under the collision of the two swords, the tyrannical force suddenly deviated the sword in his hand. Then, as if it had been calculated with the most precise precision, it pierced through the air. From the deviation of his sword to the piercing through the air, it was very short. It was as if the middle stage had been skipped directly. In the past, Chen Zong's opponents had experienced this feeling. After all, in terms of strength control, Chen Zong surpassed them. However, both sides of the battle would consume strength. Some consumed it faster, while others consumed it slower. That was all. Retreat. Chen Zong's reaction was very fast. In an instant, he retreated. The sword edge tore through the air, leaving a slight sword mark. He was almost pierced through, but Chen Zong's expression did not change. His body moved quickly. Without cultivation, it was impossible for him to execute any profound movement technique. He could only use more basic footwork and movement techniques to deal with it. Even so, he was still very agile, just like a fish swimming freely in the water, or a bird spreading its wings and soaring in the sky. After the long sword drew a circle, it suddenly pierced out, and the sword's speed increased rapidly. However, his opponent only used one sword to burst out an amazing power and blocked Chen Zong's sword. Immediately, the sword's speed suddenly increased, and it arrived at Chen Zong at lightning speed. Chen Zong could not dodge in time. His arm was immediately cut open by the sword, and blood dripped down. The injured right hand was the one holding the sword. Blood kept oozing out, staining his arm red, and slid down the sunken knight's sword. Chapter 1720. The dimly lit hall was spacious and empty. The sword light was pitch black, shining in the darkness like a shooting star. Chen Zong stepped back again. His steps were unsteady. His right arm was bleeding, and his back was also torn open. His robe was soaked with blood. However, the self-realm didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. He didn't hold back at all. His expression was ice-cold and his eyes were filled with chilliness. His sword flew through the air and in an instant, the sword light trembled like the tongue of a poisonous snake. It contained many variations. Retreat, retreat, retreat. This sword made Chen Zong feel that it was difficult to resist. He could only keep stepping back to open the distance. However, his opponent's speed was extremely fast. The sword suddenly became stable, and its speed increased. It turned into a shooting star and broke through the air. He waved his sword to resist. Chen Zong only felt a strong force hit his sword directly, as if the sword in his hand was going to be knocked away. His right arm was numb. Chen Zong didn't believe that his opponent's strength hadn't been consumed. There must be a consumption, and it wouldn't be much less than his. But even so, his opponent could still maintain the highest strength in every attack. One sword followed by another, and each sword came one after another. Chen Zong struggled to wave his sword to resist. Under the surging power of each sword, his right arm was getting more and more numb, as if he was going to lose all feeling. The 10th sword. The sword in his hand was knocked away again. His right arm was almost completely numb, and he couldn't gather his strength. Chen Zong felt sore all over his body. The 11th sword. That sword, like a shooting star passing through the darkness, and like a black thunder tearing the void, arrived in an instant. It went forward with indomitable will. It showed no mercy. Chen Zong's whole body trembled, as if he had sunk into an ice abyss. His whole body was cold and stiff, and he couldn't move. Even his mind seemed to be frozen. This was a fatal sword. This was a sword with death. Death came. Chen Zong was not willing to accept the arrival of death. He stared with his eyes wide open, and all his mind was focused. In an instant, it seemed as if time and space had slowed down, and the sword that Chen Shi executed seemed to have slowed down as well. It was like the speed of a shooting star had been reduced to the speed of a snail. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, countless fragments of spiritual light surged out in an instant, surging mightily. These spiritual lights were accumulated by Chen Zong over and over again under pressure. Once the opportunity arrived, it would naturally erupt, converging into a stream and surging into a river. Countless inspirations surged in the divine sea. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to understand something. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if a blocked pipe had suddenly been unblocked, making it unobstructed and unrestrained. Chen Zong only felt as if his consciousness had been shattered by an extremely mysterious force, and then it swept out and dispersed to every part of his body. It was everywhere. Strands of power seeped out from every part of his body, converging into a stream that surged violently. In the blink of an eye, the wounds on his body were rapidly shrinking. Although they were not completely healed, no blood flowed out because the wounds had closed. His numb right arm and exhausted body seemed to have been reborn, filled with energy. Even though the energy was not much in his perception, it was the leftover energy from his intense battle, but it contained an astonishing might. With this tyrannical power that seemed to be at its peak, Chen Zong's reaction became more agile. Dodge. In an instant, Chen Zong immediately moved to the side to avoid the fatal sword. At the same time, the sunken knight's sword pierced through the void in an instant. In this state, Chen Zong only felt that the sunken knight's sword seemed to have become much lighter. This caused the sword to not only erupt with the most tyrannical power that he could now unleash, but also the speed of the sword was astonishing. Obviously, this sword was beyond the opponent's expectations. However, the opponent's reaction was very fast. He quickly dodged, but Chen Zong still pierced through his shoulder. However, the opponent's expression did not change at all, as if it was not his body that had been pierced. His strength was not affected in the slightest, and he quickly counterattacked with his sword. Chen Zong could notice that the opponent's wound did not bleed at all. It closed in an instant. Fight. Since he had also comprehended the mystery, Chen Zong's strength seemed to have recovered, and he continued to fight fiercely. Compared to the opponent, he had just comprehended this strange mystery, while the opponent seemed to have mastered it skillfully. However, as the battle continued, Chen Zong continued to improve. This was his own ability, a super strong learning ability. Fight, fight, fight. In the chaos, there seemed to be a sea of flowers. A provocative body was lazily half lying on a flower chair. Her extremely beautiful eyes were breathtaking, and there was a trace of amusement and curiosity in them. You actually comprehended the mystery of self earlier than I expected. Hua Ji's red lips were slightly open, and her extremely moving voice filled the air, but no one else heard it. Chen Zong did not know Hua Ji's surprise, and he continued to fight fiercely with his opponent. In this incomparably mysterious state, it was as though all the injuries on one's body were not an obstacle. It was as though one could not feel them. Regardless of how much energy was consumed, the remaining energy would ultimately be able to erupt with the strongest might, allowing one's attack and defense to reach the limit. 10 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves. Even though his body was covered in blood, Chen Zong seemed to become more and more courageous as he fought. 40 moves, 50 moves. Time passed slowly, and the battle continued without rest. The same brilliant swordsmanship, the same powerful strength. For a moment, Chen Zong and his other self were evenly matched. It was impossible for his opponent to defeat him like before, but it was also impossible for him to defeat his opponent. His strength continued to be consumed until it reached its limit. Both sides had to stop and stare at each other. No one moved. "Congratulations, you've succeeded in your challenge." Suddenly, a smile appeared on his other self's face. Chen Zong was stunned when he heard that. Was the ninth realm not about defeating the opponent? Was it about comprehending this mystery? In an instant, Chen Zong came to a realization. As soon as the other party finished speaking, he retreated and disappeared into the darkness. Darkness spread and returned to chaos. Chen Zong waited quietly. In the next moment, chaos reopened, and Chen Zong appeared in the sea of flowers again. A charming figure was faintly discernible in the sea of flowers. "You're more outstanding than I thought." Hua Ji's voice sounded, and she did not hide her admiration. Immediately, she changed the topic, however. "You can't be complacent, because there are many people in the universe who are more outstanding than you." Chen Zong was not discouraged. Instead, he noticed the word universe in her words. Hua Ji was not talking about the Tianyuan sacred region, nor the Lingwu sacred world, but the universe. Chen Zong, who once had a fortuitous encounter, seemed to have entered the universe as if his soul had left his body. Therefore, he knew very well that the universe was vast and boundless, and the Lingwu sacred world was just one of the worlds. Worlds like the Lingwu sacred world were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River in the universe. He might be the most talented person in the Lingwu sacred world, unprecedented in history, but in the entire universe, he might not be much. However, if there were no existences more outstanding than him, wouldn't it be meaningless? "Senior Hua Ji, I've already passed the ninth realm. How can I remove the seal on my body?" Chen Zong asked. "In your world, the so-called strongest person is at the great saint stage," Hua Ji said. Chen Zong immediately listened attentively, but in the universe, the great saint realm is nothing. It's only the qualification to survive in the universe. Hearing this, Chen Zong's expression changed drastically. He was shocked. It was true. In the Lingwu sacred world, the great saint realm was called the strongest person. They were supreme and had unparalleled strength. They could dominate the world. The number of great saints in the entire Lingwu sacred world was less than 100, maybe even less than 50. How many cultivators were there in the entire Lingwu sacred world? It was impossible to calculate. Such a strong person only had the qualification to survive in the universe? Chen Zong felt that this was the most shocking news he had ever heard. Previously, he was still thinking that when the Azura clone reached the half-step Great Saint realm, he would enter the universe to find the other inheritances left behind by the Nirvana Sword Master. Now, it seemed that he was too naive. Half-step Great Sage realm was nothing in the universe. "Senior Hua Ji, is there a higher realm above the Great Saint realm?" Chen Zong could not help but ask. He had temporarily forgotten about the seal on his body. The Great Saint realm is just a name for some low-level worlds. In the entire system of strong people, it is the lowest level. Hua Ji smiled and said, "These are too far away for you now. You only need to know that the mysteries you have now are things that some strong people in the universe have not yet grasped." Chen Zong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Mysteries? What did she mean? The self-freedom state allows you to completely control yourself. It can resist all negative attacks to the greatest extent. Whether it is injuries or energy consumption, you can maintain the best combat strength. Hua Ji's tone was slightly serious. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. He had already experienced the mysteries of this state. Perhaps it could not directly increase his combat strength, but it could make his combat strength soar. The self-freedom state allows you to completely control your own strength. Breaking a mere seal is nothing. Hua Ji smiled and said. Chen Zong immediately calmed down. He calmed his heart, held his breath, and concentrated. Chen Zong only felt that his consciousness seemed to have completely fallen into darkness, and he kept moving forward in the darkness. It seemed that a long, long time had passed, but it also seemed that it was just a moment. Light appeared, and his consciousness, as sharp as a sword, rushed out of the darkness and into the light. In an instant, traces of white appeared in Chen Zong's eyes. They were as thin as silk and almost undetectable. In an instant, Chen Zong felt an incomparably magical change. He seemed to have a high degree of control over his own body, perfect control. Inside his body, countless black threads were spread out, but at this moment, they became very orderly. Chen Zong could feel that his power had been sealed. Explode! A low shout suddenly sounded in his consciousness. In an instant, a black thread collapsed under the impact of the tyrannical power. Chapter 1721. Power. Surging energy burst forth like a torrential tide, surging and boundless. The power turned into a storm that swept around Chen Zong as if it could destroy everything. Chen Zong had a feeling that after this power was unsealed, it seemed to break through its original limit. The original limit was the limit of the 9th level Saint Realm. Breaking through this limit was stepping into the half-step Great Saint Realm. As long as Chen Zong was willing, he could take advantage of the current to break through and become a half-step Great Saint Realm expert. However, the violent aura that was about to break through stopped in an instant. Then, it calmed down, stabilized, and retracted back into his body. His essence, energy, and spirit were completely unsealed, and his power was fully restored, but he did not break through. Chen Zong did not want to break through just yet. Breaking through was a good thing, but if he broke through with a more solid foundation, the increase in power after the breakthrough would be even more shocking. The Genesis sword technique was already at the peak of the 31st level. One more step and it would be the 32nd level. The 32nd level of the Genesis sword technique was undoubtedly much stronger than the 31st level. Chen Zong was confident that he could break through in a short time. When he broke through to the half-step Great Saint Realm, the increase in power would be even more obvious. Senior Huaji, what is the great opportunity to break through the 9th level? Chen Zong asked after retracting his aura. He had been thinking about this for a long time. Take it. Huaji's voice rang out, and a ray of light appeared in front of Chen Zong. Chen Zong held it, and it turned into a rectangular black gold token. There was the imprint of heaven and earth on it. With just a glance, it felt real, as if it was a part of heaven and earth. It was incomparably real. This is... Chen Zong was curious. He felt that this token seemed to contain endless mysteries. This is the Eternal Heaven and Earth token, a token left behind by one of the 3 Lords of Eternal Battle Fort. You can use this token to enter the Eternal Battle Fort as your consciousness. It is a great opportunity for you, Huaji said lazily. Huaji said lazily, if one day you can become a so-called supreme saint in your world, you will have the right to enter the void of the universe. At that time, you can use this token to guide you to the Eternal Battle Fort. Huaji didn't explain much, but Chen Zong's expression became more serious. Eternal Battle Fort. It sounded like he was very strong. Subconsciously, Chen Zong recalled a fortuitous encounter he'd had in the past. He couldn't help but ask, Senior Huaji, between Everlasting Battle Fort and Heavenly Will Palace, which one is stronger? Chen Zong's words made Huaji's lazy posture disappear. Her eyes shined with an unparalleled light. When that light appeared, the world dimmed. Chen Zong's body tensed up unconsciously. He felt as if he had been completely seen through. This feeling was extremely horrifying. Strong. He was simply too powerful. The gap between them was like the gap between heaven and earth. From Huaji's tone, Chen Zong could hear that she was looking down on supreme saints. In other words, her level might be higher than the supreme saints of the Lingwu Holy World. This feeling of being thoroughly seen through only flashed by for a moment, and Hua Ji returned to her lazy appearance. You actually know about Heavenly Will Palace. It seems that you've had an extraordinary encounter. Hua Ji smiled faintly. In the void of the universe, Heavenly Will Palace is the top existence, and so is Eternal Battle Fort. However, compared to Heavenly Will Palace, the Eternal Battle Fort is still somewhat inferior. For him, this was too much information. Chenzong didn't dare to think too deeply about it. It was too shocking. At the same time, an indescribable excitement filled his heart. It turned out that the outside world was so vast. It turned out that he had even greater pursuits. Supreme Saint was just the starting point of the universe's expert. Chenzong also asked some questions about Eternal Battle Fort. However, Hua Ji didn't elaborate. Since you've passed the 9th realm, my mission is complete. I hope to hear your name in the void of the universe in the future. After Hua Ji finished speaking, her body quickly faded. The sea of flowers around her also disappeared. Everything returned to chaos. Immediately after, a message was transmitted to Chenzong's mind. At this point, the Bewildering Light Realm was completely under Chenzong's control. The Bewildering Light Realm was actually the core of Bewildering Light Island, and Bewildering Light Island was the center of Bewildering Light Ocean. This was left behind by the Lord of Heaven and Earth many years ago. It was like a seed. As long as someone passed the 9th realm, they would be able to obtain the Eternal Heaven and Earth token and enter the Eternal Battle Fort with their consciousness. Chenzong calmed his heart. Suddenly, chaos spread out. A gray crystal the size of a head floated in front of him. This was the core of the Bewildering Light Realm. Chenzong's consciousness merged with the core. Suddenly, it spread out at a shocking speed. In just an instant, it covered the entire Bewildering Light Island. Everything was under surveillance. It was extremely clear. The power of consciousness was still spreading out. Chenzong saw many broken islands. They were like stars in the vast sea. He saw countless fog demons and fog demons. He saw many giant beasts lurking at the bottom of the sea. He also saw many cultivators who were lost in the Bewildering Light Ocean. A feeling of control arose spontaneously. Chenzong felt that he could transfer any cultivator in the Bewildering Light Ocean to Bewildering Light Island. Thinking of this, Chenzong could not help but give it a try. Suddenly, he felt that his consciousness power was rapidly depleting. In the Bewildering Light Ocean, a 3-star powerhouse was advancing carefully. He had mistakenly entered the Bewildering Light Ocean for nearly 100 years. He was quite lucky and did not die. However, he often encountered danger. Suddenly, a powerful force descended and enveloped him. He could not resist. Then, as if he had traveled through time, he appeared on an island with beautiful scenery in the next breath. The air was fresh, and the vitality of heaven and earth was rich and pure. This was a feeling that he had not felt for 100 years. He was a little confused. Chenzong did not pay attention to the other party. Instead, he felt that his consciousness power had been consumed by a third. It seemed that even if he controlled the Bewildering Light Ocean, he could not use this ability at will. After all, his consciousness power would be consumed. Then, Chenzong tried again. He locked onto a 2-star powerhouse and transferred him to Bewildering Light Island again. This time, it consumed less consciousness power. After trying, Chenzong found that the consciousness power consumed to transfer someone from the Bewildering Light Ocean to Bewildering Light Island was directly related to the strength of the other party and the distance from the Bewildering Light Ocean. However, relatively speaking, the distance consumed less consciousness power. With his current consciousness power, he could transfer a 5-star powerhouse to Bewildering Light Island. If the distance was close, it would be easier. If the distance was far, it would be a little difficult. In that case, transferring people from Bewildering Light Island to the Profound Firmament Realm would also consume his spiritual energy. Senior Hua Ji's strength was unfathomable. Her consciousness power was also unimaginable. Naturally, she could do it easily. However, he was still too far away and could not do it. After recovering his consciousness power, Chen Zong tried again. This time, the target was not a cultivator, but a fog demon. He found a low-level fog demon not far from Bewildering Light Island and transferred it to Bewildering Light Island in an instant. The consciousness power consumed was about the same as transferring a cultivator of the same level. In this way, Chen Zong's eyes suddenly became brighter and brighter. Perhaps he could use this ability to kill fog demons or even sea beasts to obtain fog crystals and beast crystals, which could assist his cultivation better. Now, he had to recover his consciousness power first. When his consciousness power was fully recovered, Chen Zong began to calm down. In front of him, stone inscriptions appeared one after another. Worldly stone inscriptions. There were a total of 9. Chen Zong already knew that these 9 worldly stone inscriptions were casually created by the warlord of heaven and earth. The mysteries contained in them had reached the level of a supreme saint in this world. The feeling of facing the 9 worldly stone inscriptions was different from the feeling of the brand in the spirit sea. It seemed to be clearer and more real. The 8 worldly stone inscriptions disappeared, leaving only the first one in front of him. Chen Zong immediately stared at the lines on it, calmed his mind, and began to comprehend. This time, he wanted to perfect the technique and create the 32nd level of the Genesis Sword Origin technique. After that, he would make a breakthrough in his cultivation and step into the half-step Supreme Saint realm. Once he entered the half-step Supreme Saint realm, all aspects of his body would be greatly improved. In the Tianyuan sacred realm, only half-step Supreme Saints could truly be called expert. As for the Supreme Saints, they were called Supreme Expert. At least, that was the case in this world. As soon as he comprehended, Chen Zong immediately discovered the difference. He felt that the worldly stone inscriptions that he had comprehended before were separated by a layer of gauze. But now they were very real and clear. The effect of comprehension was completely different. The difference was at least double. The effect of comprehension was undoubtedly very shocking. Chen Zong was confident that he could create and perfect the 32nd level of the Genesis Sword Origin technique in a very short period of time, master it, and then make a breakthrough. Time passed slowly. The people on Bewildering Light Island did not know that Chen Zong had returned and passed the 9th level. Because his movements were restricted, Chen Zong did not want the news to spread so quickly. Everything would have to wait until his strength made another breakthrough before he could deal with it. Comprehension. Countless mysteries suddenly spread out from the worldly stone inscriptions and spread in Chen Zong's mind. Combined with Chen Zong's previous accumulation, it turned into inspiration bit by bit. The mysteries of the Genesis Sword Origin technique also constantly emerged, wave after wave like the tide. The aura on Chen Zong's body was also constantly fluctuating. Traces of sharpness spread out like invisible sword qi, cutting through the void all around, as if tearing it apart, leaving behind invisible traces. This extremely sharp aura continued to strengthen as time passed, becoming more and more shocking. Suddenly, when the sharp aura reached a certain height, it paused for a moment. In the next breath, as if it had broken through a critical point, it surged again, becoming more and more intense and shocking. It was as if nothing in the world could withstand it. It was extremely terrifying and shocking. Breakthrough. Chapter 1722. It's set to erupt next Tuesday. As for how many days it will be updated, it will be announced in the public account in advance. Please pay attention to the public account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. A faint shadow of a sword condensed on Chen Zong's body. It looked a little illusory, but its shocking aura was very terrifying. It was like a divine sword from the beginning that could split open heaven and earth. The Taichu Sword Shadow. This was the phenomenon cultivated by the Taichu Sword Origin technique. It was not obvious at the 31st level, but at the 32nd level, it became more solid and clear. As the technique circulated, the Taichu Sword Shadow became more solid and clearer. A cold light flowed on the Taichu Sword Shadow. Chunzong did not stop there. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through his limits and break through. The next step. Half-step Supreme Saint. The Heart Sword Tao Will had reached the first level of the Supreme Realm, and the Taichu Sword Origin technique had been perfected to the 32nd level. His strength had been tempered to the extreme. Chunzong already had the qualifications to step into the half-step Supreme Saint. In fact, as long as he could create the 31st level of the technique, he had a great chance of breaking through to the half-step Supreme Saint level. Therefore, this kind of breakthrough was very easy for Chunzong. It was a matter of course. He let go of the restrictions on himself. In an instant, his strength surged endlessly like boiling lava. An extremely shocking aura fluctuation spread out, becoming more and more powerful and solid. 9 revolutions. 9 revolutions reverse. This was the compression and refinement of one's strength. First, 9 revolutions, and then 9 revolutions reverse. This way, one could condense one's strength to the extreme and then break through the limit. Under the control of the extremely powerful divine consciousness, Chunzong easily circulated the power of the Taichu Sword Origin technique 9 revolutions. Without stopping, he immediately reversed the 9 revolutions. His originally pure and tyrannical power was further condensed and strengthened to the extreme. Breakthrough. Everything was so simple. Like a volcano erupting, like a flood breaking through a dam, it broke through the shackles in an instant. In an instant, the aura on Chunzong's body rose layer by layer, rising steadily and strengthening continuously. The Great Void Sword Shadow condensed by the 32nd level of the Taichu Sword Origin technique also became more solid. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of a sword. Its shocking sharpness seemed to be able to tear the world apart. Upgrade. 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 Chunzong could feel that his strength was constantly increasing. This was a comprehensive improvement of his essence, qi, and spirit. Although his body refinement cultivation was still at the middle stage of the 9th level of the chaotic heaven realm, his potential had increased. His aura swept out in all directions like a storm of blades. With Chunzong's body as the center, it seemed to tear everything apart. Gradually, the storm of swords receded, and the shadow of the Taichu sword entered his body. Chunzong opened his eyes, which were bottomless and filled with 2 shadows of swords. It was as if the Taichu divine sword was opening up heaven and earth. Tyrannical. Chunzong could feel that the power in his body was very strong. This was a power that had surpassed the saint energy. It was more than twice as powerful as the saint energy, and the increase in one's strength was also very obvious. Not only did his strength increase, but Chunzong also felt that his divine telekinesis had become much more powerful, and his spirit ocean had also become much more stable. With my current divine telekinesis, I should be able to bring a 6-star powerhouse out of the bewildering light sea and into the highest mystery realm, Chunzong said to himself after some calculations. After all, his divine telekinesis was much stronger than before. In that case, I'll bring a 6-star powerhouse to the highest mystery realm and return to the Shura sect in Tai Luo City first. Now that his cultivation had broken through and his strength had increased, he was more confident. As for the 4-star powerhouse from the Tian Luo sect, he wondered if he would go crazy and destroy the Shura sect because of his escape. Probably not. The Shura sect was not a threat to him. The real threat was Chunzong. But no matter what, he had to hurry back and take a look. It would be safer to bring a stronger powerhouse with him. The power of Lingwu. Erupting, the aura of a half-step great saint grew stronger. Chunzong carefully sensed and compared the increase in his strength. As expected, the power of Lingwu could obviously increase his cultivation of the 9th level Saint Realm, but it greatly reduced the increase in his cultivation of a half-step Great Saint. If it was said that he could raise his cultivation base by a large level before, then now it was directly halved. Before the breakthrough, without the power of Lingwu, my strength was at the elite 2-star level. The 32nd level of the Genesis sword technique is enough to make my strength comparable to an ordinary 3-star. Now that I've broken through, my strength will reach the level of an ordinary 4-star. With my sword skills and the mysteries of the Freedom State, even if it's the person from the Tian Luo sect, I won't lose. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. Strength was where the confidence came from. It was the source of confidence. In an instant, Chen Zong left the bewildering light sea and appeared in the Mountain Sea King's cave. Now, he was in the cave of the Tiangong Elder and the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong. When Chen Zong appeared, the Tiangong Elder was cultivating in the cave while the Silver Blade King was practicing his blade skills outside. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that the Silver Blade King's aura was sharper than before. It was obvious that his strength had increased as well. "Big Brother Zhao," Chen Zong called out. The Silver Blade King was stunned. He turned around and showed a hint of joy. "Brother Chen, you're back." The Silver Blade King was full of smiles. Not long after, the Tiangong Elder finished cultivating and came out. Seeing Chen Zong return, he was naturally very happy. He had a better relationship with Chen Zong. After all, to a certain extent, Chen Zong could be considered his successor. After some small talk, Chen Zong also summoned the Thunder Fire King, the Ancient Wind King, and the other powerhouses. Suddenly, more than a dozen 7-star and 6-star powerhouses gathered. "Everyone, I've passed the 9th level of the Bewildering Light Realm." Chen Zong dropped a heavy bomb as soon as he spoke, and it shocked everyone to the point they were dazed. After that, all of their eyes emitted extremely dense bright lights. They remembered very clearly that as long as Chen Zong passed the 9th level, he could bring them all out of the Bewildering Light Island. So now, did it mean that they could leave? For a moment, everyone's eyes were burning as if they were going to melt Chen Zong. "Everyone, after passing the 9th level, I've already taken control of the Bewildering Light Island. I can bring anyone from the Bewildering Light Ocean to the Bewildering Light Island, and I can also send them out of the Bewildering Light Ocean. Also, here, no one can hurt me." Chen Zong's gaze swept across and said slowly, but that one word instantly made everyone's heart skip a beat. "If I want to send someone out of the Bewildering Light Ocean, I need enough power, which is the power of divine telekinesis. After some calculations, with my current power of divine telekinesis, I can only send a 6-star combat power out of the Bewildering Light Ocean at most. A 7-star is temporarily unable to do so." Hearing that, the two 7-star powerhouses' expressions changed. They were a little disappointed, but then they returned to normal. Because what Chen Zong said was temporary, not forever. This meant that after Chen Zong's strength increased and his divine telekinesis strengthened, they would also have a chance to leave this place. "Everyone, don't worry. I'll increase my divine telekinesis as soon as possible and send them out of the Bewildering Light Island as soon as possible." Chen Zong said in a serious tone, "This time, I've provoked a powerful enemy in the outside world. Therefore, I plan to bring a 6-star combat power out first to help me." Among the people present, there were quite a few 6-star combat power. Everyone wanted to leave now, but the choice was up to Chen Zong. Chen Zong's gaze swept across. "Big Brother Zhao saved my life, so this time, I plan to bring Big Brother Zhao out first." Chen Zong said immediately and made a decision. "As for the others, I'll bring them out one by one. It's only a matter of a few years' time." With that, he made a decision to bring the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong away first. Although the others wanted to leave as soon as possible, after thinking about it carefully, It was only a matter of a few years' time, so they accepted it. All right, the situation is urgent, so I must leave first. Everyone, I'll increase my divine telekinesis as soon as possible. When the time comes, I'll bring everyone out of the bewildering light ocean. Chernzong said seriously, however, other than the two seniors, the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King, if the others want to leave, they'll have to agree to one of my conditions. Guard the Shura sect of Tai Luo City for 100 years, Chernzong said very directly. 100 years. This was actually nothing to the half-step great saint powerhouses present. At least, guarding a sect for 100 years was better than staying on the bewildering light island. Everyone, you can think about it, Chernzong said. In the next moment, Chernzong and the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong's bodies disappeared in front of everyone. After Chernzong left, the others naturally did not stay and left as well. Everyone, it's best that you don't have any other thoughts. The Thunder Fire King's gaze swept across, and his tone was serious. What's yours is yours, the Ancient Wind King said with a smile. The Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King were considered decent people, so they could see things more clearly. The 6-star powerhouses who originally had some thoughts of betrayal retracted their thoughts. At the edge of the ultimate mystery world, 2 figures appeared instantly. Chernzong's divine telekinesis was still not strong enough to teleport himself and the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong directly to the boundary of Tai Luo City. Teleporting himself didn't require any divine sense power, but teleporting the Silver Blade King would consume divine sense power. Just as Chernzong predicted, they could only teleport to the edge of the ultimate mystery world. Big Brother Zhao, let's go, Chernzong said immediately. The two of them immediately flew into the air, and their speed was extremely fast. After breaking through to the half-step Great Saint realm, Chernzong's strength had transformed, and his heavenly wind formless body technique had increased his speed by several fold. Of course, the Silver Blade King's speed was even faster, but he still maintained the same speed as Chernzong, and his speed was also at the 4-star level. The two of them maintained the speed of a 4-star as they flew forward, getting closer to the boundary of Tai Luo City. Chernzong also explained the situation to the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong. Zhao Mingkong did not have any superior background. Originally, he was just a disciple of a small family. Later on, his family was exterminated because they offended someone. After he escaped, he obtained an opportunity and continuously improved, and then became a rogue cultivator. After taking his revenge, Zhao Mingkong also liked the free life of a rogue cultivator. Hence, after so many years, he did not join any forces. Brother, it shouldn't be a problem for me to be an elder of the Shura sect, right? The Silver Blade King asked. Big Brother Zhao, if you're willing to join the Shura sect, the entire Shura sect will welcome you with open arms. Chernzong smiled and said, however, the position of an elder is not enough for Big Brother Zhao. I'll make the decision to let Big Brother Zhao become the supreme elder of the Shura sect. Chapter 1723. I'm accumulating my power. Brothers, give me some monthly votes so that the 6 paths can erupt better. Tai Luo City fell into a strange atmosphere. Shura Gate's second elder suddenly emerged. His strength was tyrannical, and he continuously caused the strength of many inferior forces to fall apart. He even caused the strength of 4 intermediate forces to plummet, and the situation was critical. Even the 3 half-step Great Saint experts of the Daluo sect were killed, causing the Daluo sect, a superior force, to exist in name only. It was certain that in the Tai Luo meeting soon, the Daluo sect would become an intermediate force, and the Burning Heart clan, which might have ended up like the Daluo sect, was safe and sound. Because the Shura Gate's second elder disappeared on the way to the Burning Heart clan. Yes, he disappeared directly. This disappearance lasted for 2 days. Under normal circumstances, 2 days was actually very short. It was not strange for a person to disappear for 2 days, or even more than 10 days. But the problem was that the Shura Gate's second elder disappeared on the way to the Burning Heart clan under the attention of countless people. Naturally, it would cause a great reaction, and it also caused a lot of speculation. Some people said that he was afraid and secretly ran away. Some people said that the Burning Heart clan ambushed him and killed him, etc. The Shura Gate naturally received the news, and for a time, everyone was in a panic. The arrival of the second elder had stabilized the Azura Gate from its precarious state. He had become the pillar of support in everyone's hearts. They all believed that with the second elder around, the Azura Gate would only get better and better. But now, the second elder had disappeared without a trace. All kinds of rumors in the outside world continued, disturbing everyone's mood. The sect master and the 2 elders were in seclusion, and the Shura Gate had lost its backbone. Don't panic, the second elder will definitely come back. Xian Yuan shouted, with a kind of firmness and confidence between his eyebrows. In fact, Xian Yuan was not confident in his heart, but the more it was like this, the more calm he had to be. Especially, he was the current number 1 disciple of the Shura Gate, so he had to take a good lead. Xian Yuan's words more or less played a role. Go and cultivate well. If the second elder comes back, he will definitely not want to see us like this. Xian Yuan said again. Everyone dispersed and began to cultivate. Fortunately, Chernzong had only disappeared for 2 days. If it had been longer, the panic would have been even greater. Little did they know that there was a pair of eyes watching them from the dark. Time passed. 2 streaks of light with astonishing auras flew over at an extremely fast speed from afar. Descend. In the blink of an eye, these 2 silhouettes arrived at the main hall of the Azura's Gate Peak. Chernzong scanned the area with his divine telekinesis and heaved a sigh of relief. The members of the Shura sect were still there. They had not suffered any losses. At the end of the day, he had only been away for 2 days, which was not a long time. Therefore, at most, he would attract some attention, but it would not attract the attention of the Shura Gate. Of course, if he were to leave for a few months, there might be people eyeing the Shura Gate and taking the risk. On the way here, Chernzong had already briefed the Silver Blade King about the Azura's Gate's situation. Thus, seeing the Azura's Gate in such a state of decline, Zhao Mingkong did not show any unusual expression. On the contrary, Zhao Mingkong even believed that with Chernzong around, the Azura's Gate would develop sooner or later. It's the second elder. The second elder is back. When the Azura's Gate disciples felt the fluctuation of the aura, they were instantly overjoyed and excited. All of you wait here. Chernzong's voice directly entered the ears of every Azura's Gate disciple and the 3 deacons. In the next moment, Chernzong quickly flew into the distance. As for Zhao Mingkong, he remained in the same spot. This was what Chernzong told him through telepathy. Chernzong did not explode with his full speed. Instead, he controlled his speed at 3 stars and flew into the distance, away from the Azura's Gate. Come out. Chernzong stood in the air and said calmly. A trace of coldness flashed across his face. Immediately, a tyrannical aura appeared. Then, darkness spread out rapidly, covering the sky and covering the earth. It formed a round ball and enveloped Chernzong. With his current speed, Chernzong could easily escape when the darkness completely enveloped him. However, Chernzong did not do so. This time, he came back to settle the score with the other party. He wanted to defeat the other party with his own strength, or even kill him. As for the danger, Chernzong was not afraid. Moreover, there was Zhao Mingkong, a 5-star battle strength expert. With his full speed, he could catch up and break through the darkness in no time. Of course, Chernzong was confident that he did not need Zhao Mingkong to make a move. You really came back. The 4-star battle strength expert of the Tian Luo sect appeared again. His eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he stared at Chen Zong. "How did you get rid of the power of the God-sealing demon-trapping orb? You won't understand even if I tell you," Chen Zong said calmly. This was actually the truth. After all, the freedom state was an unfathomable level. According to Senior Huaji, even the supreme great saint in the Lingwu holy world had not reached it. The other party was only a half-step great saint, so it was even more impossible. It was pointless to tell him. However, this sentence sounded like mockery in the other party's ears. "This time, I won't let you go so easily." The Tianluo sect expert's face was ferocious and ruthless. His eyes were extremely vicious and filled with killing intent. His voice swept out like a gust of wind from hell. "I'm going to destroy your cultivation completely. I'm going to break both your legs and leave you with only one arm. Write down all of your cultivation methods and martial arts for me." The Tianluo sect expert could not help but recall the 2 days when he tried to forcefully break into the other party's storage ring. In the end, he was unable to do so. One should know that before his breakthrough, the strength of Chen Zong's divine thought was not inferior to the other party's. Since that was the case, he could only forcefully break the ring by destroying the other party's cultivation. Attack! A saber slashed through the air. A pitch-black saber ray swept up, an extremely shocking saber ray that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Chen Zong would not be able to dodge this attack. However, the current Chen Zong could not be compared to the previous Chen Zong. Even if he only had the combat strength of an ordinary 4-star, his superb sword technique was enough to withstand the other party's attack. Fight! As soon as they exchanged blows, the Tianluo sect expert noticed the difference. It had only been 2 days, but the other party's combat strength had increased to the level of an ordinary 4-star. Unbelievable! It was truly unbelievable and unimaginable. A great opportunity! A great opportunity! The other party definitely had a heaven-defying opportunity. Not only could it break the seal of the God-sealing demon-trapping orb, but it could also allow the other party's strength to increase by leaps and bounds in just 2 days. How could the Tianluo sect expert not sense the change in Chen Zong's strength? It belonged to the strength of a half-step great saint. In other words, the other party's cultivation had broken through from the peak of the 9th-level Saint Rudiment stage to the half-step Great Saint stage in just 2 days. The moment he broke through, he had the combat strength of an ordinary 4-star. Just the thought of it was enough to make one jealous. Back then, when he broke through, he only had the combat strength of an elite 1-star. After so many years of hard work, he only managed to reach the level of an elite 4-star. That was the limit. If he did not obtain a great opportunity, he would be stuck at that level for the rest of his life. For those who had the combat strength of a 2-star upon breaking through, their upper limit would be at least 6-star, or even 7-star. For those who had the combat strength of a 3-star upon breaking through, their upper limit would be at least 8-star, or even 9-star. As for those who had the combat strength of a 4-star upon breaking through, their upper limit would be unpredictable. Perhaps they would at least be a 9-star expert in the future. Throughout history, no one had ever achieved the combat strength of a 4-star upon breaking through. The highest record was an elite 3-star combat power. A long delay meant trouble. He could not delay any longer. Otherwise there would be changes. Heavenly Luo explosive energy. With a low shout, black light filled the air. Instantly, it invaded from all directions and entered the body. His aura rose layer by layer, becoming more and more powerful. The aura fluctuation that spread out was extremely shocking. Chen Zong's expression turned solemn. 5-star. His opponent had used a secret technique to increase his combat strength from an elite 4-star to an ordinary 5-star. There was no doubt that this was a very powerful secret technique. However, Chen Zong was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. His opponent's 4-star elite combat strength was not enough to suppress him at all. Then, his 5-star combat strength would allow him to show more of his abilities. Slash. The black blade light pierced through the air. The power of the slash increased by a lot, as if it was going to cut Chen Zong in half. This slash was hard to resist. Chen Zong instantly dodged and pulled away. Soon after, he closed his eyes. In the short span of a breath, when he opened them again, there were strands of silver-colored threads spreading within his eyes. They appeared to be very little, but they were suffused with traces of cold light. Freedom state. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that he had perfect control over his body. All his strength was under his control. Nothing was left out. His opponent's slash was coming again, but it was extremely clear in his eyes. Whether it was the trajectory, the point of impact, or even the flow of power of the blade light, they all appeared vaguely in Chen Zong's eyes. Linwu power. Slash. With a slash of his sword, he exploded with his most powerful strength. Even if the Linwu power could not increase Chen Zong's combat strength from an ordinary 4-star to an ordinary 5-star, it could still increase his combat strength to the level of an elite 4-star. With the combat strength of an elite 4-star and the perfect control of freedom state, Chen Zong's strength became even more terrifying. The slash of his sword hit the weak spot of the blade light. In the next moment, the blade light shattered. Almost without any pause, Chen Zong counterattacked with his second slash. One slash followed by another. The speed of the slash was extremely shocking. It had reached the limit of Chen Zong's ability. Moreover, the power of each slash did not decrease because of the increase in speed. The elite from Tianluo sect was shocked. How was this possible? He had already realized that something was wrong. It felt as if his opponent's strength would never be exhausted. It was as if he never knew fatigue and could always maintain his peak state. Fight, fight, fight. The fierce battle was endless. Chen Zong was in a state of absolute calmness. He was not disturbed by any external factors. His strength was fully unleashed. He felt like a god, controlling everything in his body. It was extremely carefree. Chapter 1724. The Silver Blade King was a 6-star. Dominator of the 6 realms mixed him up. There was nothing unusual in the void, but it was covered by the Tianluo sect's secret treasure, Tianluo region suppression. It was dark inside. Chen Zong held the sunken knight's sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with traces of silver light. He was absolutely calm, so calm that it was frightening. He attacked. Every attack seemed to have gone through the most meticulous calculation. It was so accurate that it was frightening. The speed and power of each strike had also reached the limits of what could be achieved. Using the secret technique to increase his combat strength would put a greater burden on his body. As his strength was constantly depleted, the burden became more obvious. How can this be? The Tianluo sect powerhouse could not imagine it. It had only been 2 days, but his opponent's combat strength had soared. He could even unleash a terrifying power with a combat strength that was not inferior to his own. He was not inferior to his current 5-star combat strength. Moreover, his strength was constantly depleted, but his opponent's strength did not seem to be depleted at all. He could always unleash the most powerful attack. It was unbelievable. Infinite sword. Chain fatal blow. The infinite sword under the heart sword Tao will of extremity was also very powerful. Under the chain of attacks it was even more terrifying. It was like a torrent of sword light surging violently. It was a cycle. The Tianluo sect powerhouse could only wave his sword to defend himself. It was difficult for him to find a chance to counterattack. The more he immersed himself in the state of freedom, the more Chen Zong unlocked its mysteries. Unknowingly, the Tianluo sect powerhouse became Chen Zong's whetstone, constantly sharpening himself. There was a time limit to using the secret technique to increase one's combat strength. There were also side effects. Soon, the Tian Luo sect powerhouse felt his strength becoming unstable. His expression changed drastically. He knew that the secret treasure was about to end. Once the secret technique ended, his strength would drop by a level. He could not do anything to his opponent with his 5-star combat strength. If the secret technique ended and his strength dropped by a level, he would only be a 4-star. He would not be his opponent at all. Fear, anxiety, run. As soon as the thought appeared, it grew like wild grass. It could not be stopped. The powerhouse's reputation did not matter. Surviving was the most important thing. Tian Luo's domain-suppressing artifact was under his control. If he wanted to escape, it would be very fast. In an instant, he left and appeared outside Tian Luo's domain. Tian Luo's domain ignored him and fled. Although it was painful, it had to be done. He had to use the Heaven's Net suppression to trap the other party for a while and fight for a chance to escape. Chen Zong sensed it as soon as he left. Heaven and earth were aligned. With a slash of his sword, the darkness was instantly destroyed. With Chen Zong's current strength, he didn't need the blood thunder explosion to tear apart the power of the Tian Luo region. Of course, if the person who activated Tian Luo's domain was above 4-star, then it would be difficult. After breaking through the dark void, Chen Zong immediately flew out and chased after him. Under the state of freedom, Chen Zong's speed had also reached its peak. He was incomparably fast as he continued to chase after his opponent. Lightning escape. His speed increased once more as he closed the distance between them. Damn it! The face of the Tian Luo sect's expert was ashen. He was extremely furious. Fortunately, his speed wasn't slow. With this speed, he should be able to return to the valley. As long as he entered the valley, he would be safe. After all, the valley was protected by a protective formation. Even a 6-star expert would find it difficult to break through. As for the rest, he would find an opportunity to spread the news. He believed that other experts would be tempted. "Where are you running to?" A voice suddenly sounded. It was a very unfamiliar voice. Hearing it for the first time, the Tian Luo sect's expert felt his hair stand on end. A silhouette appeared in front of him. A long silver sword pierced through the void, as if it had existed since ancient times. The aura it emitted was extremely sharp, as if it could tear apart everything in the world. Horrifying. The Tian Luo sect's expert was horrified. This was the aura of a 6-star expert. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary one. With a second glance, the Tian Luo sect's expert recognized that this was the person who returned to the Shura Gate with the second elder. He didn't expect this person to be an elite 6-star expert. It turned out that the other party had deliberately suppressed his aura. This was a conspiracy against him. Despicable! The Tian Luo sect's expert instantly cursed. At the same time, Chen Zong chased after him. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. Heaven and earth aligned. A sword pierced through the void, piercing through the void. At this moment, the Tian Luo sect's expert's secret technique had already ended. His aura dropped rapidly. Faced with Chen Zong's sword, he was horrified. He didn't dare to face it head-on. Instead, he tried his best to dodge it. The moment he dodged, he realized that a ray of sword light had already arrived at him. It was as if it had been waiting for him. He dodged again, but he realized that another sword was coming at him. It was like an inescapable net. There was nowhere to hide. The Tian Luo sect's martial arts had always focused on the inescapable net, making it difficult to dodge. However, at this moment, compared to the opponent's sword, it was like a child compared to an adult. Of course, Chen Zong's sword wasn't an inescapable net. It was just that under the realm of freedom, he could control his own body and raise it to the extreme. He could better predict the opponent's movements and make countermeasures in advance. Although the realm of freedom didn't directly increase Chen Zong's combat strength, It stimulated Chen Zong's strength to the extreme. His combat strength was even more shocking. One was powerful while the other was weak. He was directly suppressed by Chen Zong. After a few moves, he was immediately hit by the sword. "Don't force me. Otherwise, we'll die together," the Tian Luo sect's expert threatened fiercely. What he meant by dying together was self-destruction. The self-destruction of a 4-star half-step Great Saint expert was so powerful that even a 5-star expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. They could be killed instantly. However, Chen Zong didn't seem to hear him. He continued to attack with his sword. Self-destruction. The Tian Luo sect's expert was determined. Even if he died, he would take 2 of them down with him. The power flowed back and reversed. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out. Immediately after, the rapidly increasing aura stopped in an instant. Unknowingly, his abdomen had been pierced, and all of his power was leaking out. He couldn't self-destruct. He couldn't accept this. The Tian Luo sect's expert's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He stared at Chen Zong in a daze. The next sword cut off his head. Naturally, the storage ring that was taken away was also taken back. The opponent's storage ring also belonged to Chen Zong. It became his spoils of war. Even the Tian Luo sect's secret treasure fell into Chen Zong's hands. It was in the shape of a black bowl. It was filled with countless complicated patterns. The aura it exuded was very deep. After leaving the realm of freedom, Chen Zong instantly felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had been greatly depleted. He was left with less than 20%. Although his combat strength increased tremendously under this realm, it was very shocking. However, the depletion was also very shocking. If the opponent had persisted for a while longer, Chen Zong wouldn't have been able to maintain the realm of freedom. This also meant that he couldn't maintain the realm of freedom forever. However, it could be used as a trump card. He took out some elixirs and consumed them to recover his depleted energy. Silverblade King Zhao Mingkong stood guard at the side. Not long after, Chen Zong's energy was fully recovered. "Brother Zhao, let's make a trip to the Tian Luo sect." Chen Zong smiled slightly. However, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Did the Tian Luo sect know about this? Actually, it didn't matter. After all, the mountain where the Tian Luo sect was located originally belonged to the ancient Shura sect. Since Chen Zong wanted to revive the ancient Shura sect, it was only natural that he would one day take back the mountain and make it the ancient Shura sect's mountain gate. Since it was a matter of time, he would take advantage of this opportunity to settle it in one fell swoop. Now everything had changed. He had completely abandoned his original plan of slowly developing the Shura sect and only exploding when they were strong. Since that was the case, he had to cut the Gordian knot. First, he had to take back the mountain. After all, there was a very important secret realm of the ancient Shura sect there. The method to open it had been lost. Whether it was the ancient Shura sect or the Tian Luo sect, neither could open it. However, Chen Zong could because the ancient Shura sect taught him. The secret realm was immensely beneficial to the Shura sect's cultivation. As for the Rakshasa king who had disappeared for hundreds of years, although Chen Zong was apprehensive, he could only do his best to increase the strength of the Shura sect and himself. Under Chen Zong's lead, the two of them quickly flew in the direction of the Tian Luo sect. That mountain was originally called Azura Peak, but now it was renamed Tian Luo Peak because it was occupied by the Tian Luo sect. Tian Luo Peak was the highest peak in the Tian Luo Mountains. It was also the peak with the densest and purest yuan qi of heaven and earth. Cultivating in such a place would speed up one's progress. Chen Zong and Zhao Mingkong did not conceal their auras as they flew towards the peak of Tian Luo Peak. That was where the Tian Luo sect's main hall was located. As far as the eye could see, there were countless palaces on the peak. As they rose and fell, they looked like a chain of mountains. They were scattered all over the place, as if they surrounded the entire area. There was an indescribable mystery to it. Since they did not conceal their auras, the people of the Tian Luo sect naturally sensed it. Everyone raised their heads and stared at them. Who is it? Faced with the people flying in the air, each sect's reaction was similar. They were unhappy and even furious. This was because it felt like a provocation. As for Chunzong and the Silver Blade King, the aura that they emitted was at the 4-star level. It was extremely powerful. This time, they were not here to negotiate. They were here to denounce and even suppress the other party. In an instant, Chunzong alerted the remaining half-step Great Saint powerhouses in the Tian Luo sect. Instantly, waves of powerful aura spread out. The Tian Luo sect was the only top force in Tian Luo City because they had a 4-star powerhouse in charge. Other than the 4-star powerhouse, the Tian Luo sect also had 2 3-star powerhouses. One of them was an elite powerhouse while the other was a normal powerhouse. As for the 2-star and 1-star powerhouses, there were as many as 5 of them. In the entire Tian Luo sect, there were a total of 8 half-step Great Saint powerhouses. It was considered a very powerful force. Your Excellencies, why have you come to the Tian Luo sect? The elite 3-star powerhouse asked in a deep voice. Chunzong threw out a head. It was the head of the 4-star powerhouse from the Tian Luo sect. He immediately questioned, "You all know this person, right? He actually plotted to kill me. If it wasn't for my ability, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him. I wouldn't be standing here." Chapter 1725. Many thanks to the junior brothers and sisters who voted for me. The first update will be available at around 8 p.m. It will start tomorrow. Anger soared into the sky. Black smoke billowed and spread in all directions. It condensed into dark clouds that could topple mountains and overturn seas. An astonishing killing intent was gathering. It was as cold as hell. The 7 half-step Great Saint experts were all enraged. They were abnormally furious, and their killing intent soared. The strongest expert of Tian Luo sect was killed, and the ones who killed him were the 2 people in front of them. No matter what, this was revenge, and they had to take it. Chunzong's expression turned slightly cold. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "It seems like you have made your choice." Chunzong's voice was also filled with killing intent. It was as if the cold wind from hell was blowing. An extremely powerful aura suddenly spread out from Chunzong's body. This was the aura of an ordinary 4-star expert. It was extremely powerful. As it rushed out, the shadow of the absolute beginning sword condensed behind him. It emitted an unparalleled sharpness that could cut through everything in the world. It instantly tore apart the aura of the opponent. Boom! The Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong also released his aura. It was the aura of a 6-star expert. Although he controlled it to the level of an ordinary 6-star expert, it still shattered the aura of the 7 opponents in an instant. Under the powerful aura, the 7 half-step Great Saint experts of Tian Luo sect were terrified. They broke out in cold sweat. Gap. An obvious gap. Under such a gap, the strength of the 2 sides was very different. A 5-star expert was enough to kill all 7 of them. "What do you want?" After calming down, the elite 3-star expert narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "This person wants to kill me. Don't tell me you don't know." Chunzong said slowly with a hint of questioning. "We really don't know," the elite 3-star expert said in a deep voice. The truth was that they didn't know, and they were speaking the truth. Of course, even if they knew, they couldn't admit it at this time. Otherwise, Tian Luo sect would be in danger. It doesn't matter. Chunzong didn't care whether the other party really didn't know about it or not. His purpose for coming here was to use this as a starting point. This peak used to be the Azura sect's headquarters. Now, on behalf of the Azura sect, I'm taking back this peak. Chunzong revealed his true intention. If the Shura sect wanted to develop again, they naturally needed a better environment. Within the boundaries of Grand Luo City, this mountain peak was the best. There was even a secret realm of the ancient Azura sect. To the ancient Azura sect, this mountain peak could be considered as the best place to set up their headquarters. Chernzong's words caused the 7 half-step great saint's expressions to change drastically. Although he was right that this used to be the ancient Azura sect's mountain gate, that was all in the past. Now it belonged to the Tian Luo sect. If the Azura's gate wanted to take back this mountain, it meant that the Tian Luo sect would have to move. Who would be willing? You have 2 choices. First, you can leave on your own accord and return this peak to the Azura sect. Chernzong said unhurriedly. His words were filled with a shocking sharpness, bringing a terrifying pressure to the other party. Second, we can kill the 7 of you and all the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage experts of the Tian Luo sect. By then, the Tian Luo sect will only exist in name. 2 choices. This was actually a very easy choice. Any normal person would choose the first option. Chernzong believed that the people of the Tian Luo sect would make the right choice. We need time to think about it. The elite 3-star powerhouse's eyes flickered as he immediately said. 15 minutes, Chernzong said without hesitation. His tone was domineering and didn't allow for any doubts. 10 days. The other party bargained. If they needed 10 days to think about it, anyone could guess that the other party would definitely ask for reinforcements. This was what Chernzong was unwilling to see at the moment because he didn't know if the other party would ask for reinforcements from a 5-star or 6-star powerhouse. In that case, it was better to cut the Gordian knot and settle everything first. If you haven't made your choice in 15 minutes, I'll help you make your choice, Chernzong said unhurriedly. Damn it! The 7 half-step great saint powerhouses clenched their teeth. In fact, the Tian Luo sect still had a sect protection formation. Once the sect protection formation was fully activated, its power was shocking and could withstand the attack of an elite 6-star powerhouse. This great Tian Luo formation was the foundation of the Tian Luo sect. Unfortunately, the formation I of the great Tian Luo formation, which was also the Tian Luo sect's secret treasure, was taken away. Without a doubt, it was taken away by the 4-star powerhouse. Without the formation I of the Tian Luo formation, the great Tian Luo formation's strength dropped by a level. It could only barely withstand the attack of a 5-star powerhouse. Moreover, without the formation I, it couldn't last for a long time. Another point was that it took a long time to activate. This was also the reason why the Tian Luo sect couldn't activate the formation in time when Chernzong and the Silver Blade King arrived. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for negotiations. They could activate the great Tian Luo formation directly. 10 days' time was firstly to contact the outside world and ask for help. Although there was a price to pay, it was better than being chased away. Secondly, it was to activate the Great Tian Luo Formation. Of course, the activation of the Great Tian Luo Formation didn't need as long as 10 days. 15 minutes was more than enough. If you don't want to give up, I can also let you activate the Great Tian Luo Formation, Chernzong said again. But by then, the formation will be destroyed. Together with Chernzong, the Silver Blade King unleashed the combat strength of an elite 6-star powerhouse. It was an extremely powerful combat strength with a shocking aura. This aura instantly shocked the 7 half-step Great Saint. The Great Tian Luo Formation, without the Tian Luo Formation's secret treasure, wasn't a complete Great Tian Luo Formation. Although it could withstand the attack of a 5-star powerhouse for a certain period of time, a 5-star powerhouse was still inferior to a 6-star powerhouse. This person wasn't a 5-star powerhouse at all. He was a 6-star powerhouse. The damaged Great Tian Luo Formation obviously couldn't withstand many attacks. Once the formation was destroyed, the Tian Luo sect would be destroyed. Take a gamble? Activate the Great Tian Luo Formation in 15 minutes and block the opponent? The fate of the Tian Luo sect was in their hands. In the past, this kind of torment should be endured by others. Today it was their turn. Time passed slowly. The Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, was still releasing an extremely powerful and terrifying aura. In the mountain gate of the Tian Luo sect, the sect leader, elders, and disciples were all shocked. Terrifying. That aura was too terrifying. Naturally, they recognized Shenzong, the second elder of the Shura sect, the eldest senior brother of the Tian Luo sect, and the man and woman beside him were all shocked. Not long ago, they looked down on the so-called genius. Now, this genius appeared directly above the Tian Luo sect and suppressed the Tian Luo sect. Difference? What a difference! Compared to the eldest senior brother of the Tian Luo sect, it was like comparing a firefly to the moon. 15 minutes was very short. Time's up. Tell me your choice. Chen Zong's voice was heard. It was like the voice of a judge. Instantly, everyone in the Tian Luo sect was shocked and terrified. Zhao Mingkong slightly unsheathed his long saber. The saber intent that filled the air was earth-shattering. The void seemed to be unable to withstand it and was about to be torn apart. The shocking murderous intent shrouded the 7 half-step great saints of the Tian Luo sect. It made them feel as if they were in an ice cellar. It was as if they said no, the long saber would be unsheathed and a terrifying attack would instantly kill them. How powerful was the attack of an elite 6-star elite? They were not sure, but it was definitely something they could withstand. Let's go. Finally, the elite 3-star elite said. His voice was extremely low. The moment he said that, everyone in the Tian Luo sect became dispirited, as if their spirit had been sucked out. Very well. Now, pack up your things and leave immediately. Chen Zong's tone was extremely sharp. Brother Zhao, please keep an eye on this place. I'll bring Senior Tiangong out now, Chen Zong said telepathically. Don't worry, Zhao Mingkong said. Unless a 7-star elite came, he was not afraid of anyone below that level. The environment in the bewildering light ocean was extremely harsh. He could survive there for hundreds of years because he had experienced many dangerous battles. In terms of life and death, most 6-star elites were no match for him. An elite 6-star elite was ranked among the top in the entire profound realm. Chen Zong quickly left. He wanted to open the realm gate to Bewildering Light Island. He did not want anyone to see him and cause unnecessary trouble. Not long after, Chen Zong returned to Bewildering Light Island. No one knew. The place where Chen Zong appeared was where the Mountain and Sea King's cave residence was located. Senior, I'll take you away first, Chen Zong said. Okay. The Tiangong elder was naturally very happy. This time, I need Senior's help, Chen Zong said directly. If you need my old bones, just say it. The old man of Heaven's Works smiled. The other reason why Chen Zong brought the Tiangong elder out this time was because the Tiangong elder was proficient in formations. In an instant, the Tiangong elder left Bewildering Light Island with Chen Zong. The Tiangong elder's strength was not as strong as the Silver Blade King. He was only a 5-star elite. Therefore, this time, the place where Chen Zong and the Tiangong elder appeared was closer to Tai Luo City's boundary. The time taken to return was also shorter. Under the supervision of the Silver Blade King, the Tian Luo sect quickly packed up and began to evacuate. As for where they would evacuate to, that was their business. Perhaps they would find a mountain nearby to settle down. Or perhaps they would leave Tai Luo City's boundary and head to another boundary. Everything changed too quickly. It was so fast that no one could accept it. Under normal circumstances, a sex migration was a big deal. It would not be so hasty. However, Chen Zong did not give them time. Since the plan could not keep up with the changes, then they would have to move faster. Another reason was that Chen Zong wanted to head to the Eternal Battle Fort. However, according to Hua Ji, if he wanted to go to the Eternal Battle Fort, he would have to prepare and have enough time. Because once he went, his consciousness would enter directly. He would probably stay there for a while. Therefore, he had to settle things here as soon as possible. Only then would he have the time to pursue other things. In the end, his own strength was the most important. If he was not strong enough, no matter how much he developed, he would only end up working for others. This was something that Chen Zong was very clear about. The higher-ups of the Tian Luo sect all looked gloomy, while the disciples of the Tian Luo sect were confused. Chapter 1726. The migration of the Tian Luo sect shook the entire Tai Luo city and even spread to the neighboring territories. No matter what, the Tian Luo sect was the only top-notch force in Tai Luo city. They had a 4-star warrior and their strength was astonishing. Their every move attracted attention. The Tian Luo sect did not leave the boundary of Tai Luo city either. After all, the pressure from Chen Zong was too great and the time was too short. Without sufficient preparation, they did not know where to go if they left the boundary of Tai Luo city. In the end, the Tian Luo sect was not a weak force. The resources of the other territories had already been allocated. If they went to other territories, they would be competing with other sect forces for resources. No one was willing to do that. They would first settle down and reorganize before making plans for the future. The grudge of being chased away could not be forgotten just like that. Of course, without an absolute powerhouse, the Tian Luo sect could only endure. Bringing the Tiangong elder with him, Chen Zong first returned to the original Shura sect mountain. He immediately gathered everyone and told them to pack up and move to Tian Luo Peak. At first, they were stunned, then shocked, then ecstatic and excited. Our Shura sect is finally going to rise. The deacons and disciples were excited. They had thought about this day, but it was just a fantasy. It was like a dream. Since the arrival of the second elder, changes were happening every day. Finally, it was happening. The migration of the Shura sect was relatively simple. Compared to the Shura sect, there were fewer people and fewer resources. The sect master and the 2 elders who were still in seclusion came out one after another. They had successfully changed their cultivation with the help of the divine fiend elixir. However, their cultivation had decreased significantly. After all, they had just changed their cultivation and needed time to recover. When the great elder heard the news, tears streamed down his face. The sect master and the 3rd elder sighed with emotion. Soon, the entire Shura sect moved to Tian Luo Peak. The Heavenly Luo sect's palaces on the Heavenly Luo Peak were still there, but the great Heavenly Luo formation had been destroyed when the Heavenly Luo sect left. They didn't want to leave the formation behind and let the Shura sect use it. However, it was not a big deal. The Tiangong elder was a master in the art of formations. It was not difficult for him to repair it. In fact, the ancient Shura sect also had a sect-protecting Grand Array, which was even more powerful than the Great Encirclement Array. Unfortunately, it disappeared with the decline of the ancient Shura sect and disappeared without a trace. Chen Zong took out the Tian Luo domain and gave it to the Tiangong elder. The Tiangong elder repaired the formation and put it in the Tian Luo domain as the core of the formation. The complete Tian Luo formation could withstand the attack of a 6-star elite without breaking. Of course, if it was a 7-star warrior, he would only be able to withstand a few attacks. However, the current Shura gate was no small matter. The strongest one was the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, followed by the Tiangong elder, who had the combat power of a 5-star elite. Next was Chen Zong, who had the combat power of at least a 4-star elite. In terms of high-end combat power, they had completely crushed the previous Tian Luo sect. However, in other aspects, it was much inferior and needed to be further developed. Good. The sect master and the 2 elders sat in the main hall. They were extremely excited and did not know what to say. Moreover, when they found out that these two 5-star and 6-star elites were going to become members of the Shura sect, they were extremely excited. Whether a sect was strong or not, it was necessary to have a sufficient number of talented disciples. It was also necessary to have top-notch elites to oversee the sect. During normal times, they would be a deterrent and suppress the small fries. During critical times, they would be able to protect the sect and ensure that the sect's legacy would continue to burn and never be extinguished. If the Shura sect had a half-step great saint in the past, they would not have fallen to such a state. Now, not only did they have half-step great saint elites, but they also had three, including the second elder. 3 half-step great saint elites, each with the combat power of a 4-star, 5-star, or even 6-star elite. They were even stronger than the Tian Luo sect. In the end, they did not have much time to consider and passed through the discussion. The Shura sect formed a supreme group. The supreme group was the Supreme Elder group. The rule was that all half-step Great Saint elites would automatically be included in the Supreme Elder group and become a Supreme Elder of the Shura sect. In theory, there was no difference in status after entering the Supreme Group. There was no such thing as 2nd, 3rd, or 4th grade. As a result, the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong, the Tiangong Elder, and Chen Zong, who had also stepped into the half-step Great Saint realm, were included in the Supreme Group and became the only 3 Supreme Elders of the Shura sect. The density and purity of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth on Tian Luo Peak was far from what the Shura sect's small mountain could compare with. The difference was several times. Cultivating in such a place made the members of the Shura sect extremely happy. They could all feel that their cultivation was increasing at a faster rate. The Great Tiangong Formation had been repaired. With the Tian Luo domain, it could be activated at any time. Of course, every time it was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. Therefore, it would not be activated during normal times. The Tiangong Elder was making improvements to the Great Tiangong Formation. It could naturally absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth to store energy. When it was activated, there would be enough energy to support the consumption. Unknowingly, it would reduce the sect's resource consumption. In addition, the Tiangong Elder also planned to set up an Yuan Qi gathering formation. It would be able to absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth from all directions, making the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth on the peak even denser. This would be more beneficial for cultivation. Chernzong, on the other hand, brought the sect leader and 2 supreme elders to the back of the peak. Here, there was a stone wall that was more than 10 meters in size. It looked as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. The surface looked very smooth, like a mirror. The people of the Tian Luo sect naturally knew about this stone wall. They discovered that even half-step Great Saint elites could not break it, let alone leave any traces. They felt that this was a treasure. However, after several rounds of research, they could not do anything about it. There was no change at all. As he stood before the stone wall, Chen Zong held his breath in concentration as he repeatedly formed seals with his hands. Numerous seals were condensed and floated in the air as extremely pure baleful qi fluctuated, transforming into numerous extremely profound talisman markings that flew towards the smooth stone wall. The sect leader and 2 supreme elders stared at it. As the seals fell into it, layers of ripples spread out in all directions like water ripples. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Countless ripples surged and spread out in all directions, layer upon layer, endlessly. An extremely mysterious and incomparably pure baleful aura rippled out. Immediately, the ripples merged into one and spread out in all directions with the center in an extremely orderly manner. "Let's go," Chen Zong suddenly said. He took a step forward and walked toward the stone wall. The moment he touched it, his entire body entered the stone wall and disappeared. The sect leader and 2 supreme elders also took a step forward. Their bodies seemed to sink into water and disappeared directly. Vigorous, pure, The evil chi was omnipresent and boundless, fluctuating endlessly, filling every corner of the void. Azura's secret realm. This was the ancient Azura sect's holy land, Azura's secret realm. According to the ancient Azura king, the Azura secret realm was not actually the ancient Azura sect's territory. In fact, the ancient Azura sect was built on the Azura secret realm. This was because the 1,000 manifestations Azura minor mystique was obtained from the Azura secret realm. The burning Azura skill was also obtained from the Azura secret realm, but for some reason it was incomplete. The reason why the ancient Azura sect was able to cultivate the Azura avatar was because they cultivated in the Azura secret realm. In the Azura secret realm, the deeper one went, the purer the evil chi was. Moreover, Chern Zong could feel that the air was filled with an endless amount of evil chi. The evil chi was shocking. The evil chi would directly attack everyone's spirit sea, causing illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood to appear. Chern Zong kept moving forward, but the sect leader and 2 supreme elders could not. This was because if they wanted to go deeper, they would have to withstand the evil chi's attacks and corrosion. If it weren't for the fact that the ancient Azura sect's members did not cultivate the corresponding cultivation technique, it would be extremely difficult for them to advance. All of you stay here and cultivate for now. Try to recover your cultivation. Chern Zong said and went deeper into the Azura secret realm. The Azura secret realm was a holy land for cultivation. For anyone who cultivated the evil chi cultivation technique, it would be extremely beneficial to them. Cultivating in the Azura secret realm would be twice the result with half the effort. They would also be able to sense the evil chi that was everywhere in the Azura secret realm. The Azura secret realm was one of the reasons why the ancient Azura sect was so powerful for thousands of years. Now that the ancient Azura sect had the Azura secret realm, their rise to power was just around the corner. The sect leader and 2 supreme elders started cultivating. Chern Zong kept moving forward. He felt the evil chi getting denser and denser, but it was still within his tolerance range. The Azura secret realm was actually not very big. It was only because of the evil chi that it made it difficult for people to move forward. After several attempts, Chern Zong was still unable to reach the center of the Azura secret realm. According to the information provided by the ancient Azura king, the Azura secret realm was divided into 9 rings and the center. Currently, he was at the 6th ring, which was the limit he could reach. As for the ancient Azura king in his prime, he once stepped into the 8th ring, but he was unable to advance any further. Chern Zong summoned his Azura avatar, Chen Xiu. Here, no one would be able to see him. Chen Xiu was more compatible with the Azura secret realm, so he directly stepped into the 7th ring. However, it was still difficult for him to step into the 8th ring. He could only stay for a few breaths of time before he had to return to the 7th ring. In that case, the Azura avatar will stay here and cultivate in seclusion. Chern Zong said to himself. After all, no one else could step into the 7th ring, so they wouldn't be able to see the Azura avatar. Moreover, the Azura avatar was born with an evil chi body, so it was more compatible with the Azura secret realm. Cultivating here would only be faster. Chern Zong's main body carefully sensed the Azura secret realm before retreating. His goal was not to stay here and cultivate, but to reopen the Azura secret realm so that other Azura sect disciples could enter. First, I'll go out and arrange things, then I'll come back here. Chern Zong said to himself. When his main body was attacked by the evil chi in the 6th ring, he could actually temper his divine sense, further strengthening it. As long as his divine sense grew stronger, he could bring more people away from bewildering Light Island. Chapter 1727. Author's Note: Breaking Out. First update. I'm asking for subscriptions and monthly vote. Please follow my official account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. Tianluo Peak. No, it had been renamed as Azura Peak. The peak. Under the operation of the formation, boundless heaven and earth yuan qi gathered from all directions, causing the heaven and earth yuan qi at the peak to be several times denser and purer than outside. Not only did the Tiangong Elder repair the Great Inescapable Formation, but he also set up the Great Origin Gathering Formation and the Pure Origin Formation. The Great Origin Gathering Formation could condense heaven and earth yuan qi and make it denser, while the Pure Origin Formation could purify heaven and earth yuan qi and make it purer. These two formations were obtained by the Tiangong Elder by chance. Most forces did not possess them. Thanks to the Great Origin Gathering Formation and the Pure Origin Formation, the Great Inescapable Formation was in a half-activated state. Its defensive power was enough to withstand the attack of an elite 5-star elite. If an elite 5-star elite were to enter the formation, they would be trapped for a while. It only needed a breath's time to fully activate the formation and reach the level of an elite 6-star elite. In the past, the Tianluo sect did not activate the Great Tianluo Formation halfway because it consumed too much energy. Now, because of the Great Vitality Gathering Formation and the Pure Vitality Formation, there was enough energy to support the half-activated state of the Great Tianluo Formation. Cultivating in such an environment, the Shura sect disciples' improvement was several times better than before. In just a short period of time, another 3 disciples broke through and stepped into the Saint Rudiment stage. The number of Saint Rudiment stage disciples in the Shura sect increased from 1 to 4. These 4 disciples were also promoted to core disciples and were qualified to enter the Azura secret realm to cultivate. To the Shura sect, the Azura secret realm was a holy land for cultivation. Not only could it assist in the cultivation of cultivation techniques and raise one's cultivation base, it could also sharpen one's will. Most importantly, one could comprehend and master the baleful Tao will. Only those in the Saint Rudiment stage who had mastered the Tao will were qualified to be called true masters. They were considered elites. The more profound the Tao will was, the more powerful the techniques would be. Those who were not from the Shura sect could also benefit from the Azura secret realm. They could purify their energy and indirectly increase their explosive power. They could also hone their spiritual will and indirectly strengthen their divine sense. Lastly, they could comprehend the baleful Tao will. But if the baleful Tao insight didn't have a baleful Qi cultivation technique to complement it, then its might would be difficult to be fully exerted. As the Grand Elders of the Azura's Gate, both the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong and the Tiangong Elder had the right to enter and exit the Azura secret realm at will. Chen Zong had also refined a batch of tokens for them, allowing them to freely enter and exit the Azura mystic realm to train and temper themselves. As for Chen Zong himself, his Azura doppelganger had been cultivating in the Azura secret realm all this time. It was extremely compatible with the Azura doppelganger, and it made great progress. His original body went to Bewildering Light Island again and brought the Heaven Battering King, who was on good terms with Zhao Mingkong. The Heaven Battering Heavenly King had also agreed to guard the Shura sect for 100 years. As a physique refinement king, he was much stronger than an ordinary 6-star cultivator. With 100 years and the existence of the Azura secret realm, Chen Zong believed that the Shura sect would rise again. By then, even if the Heaven Battering King and the others left, the Shura sect would still be very powerful. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the current Shura sect, aside from Chen Zong, there were a total of 3 5-star cultivators and 2 6-star cultivators guarding the sect. With such strength, unless a 7-star cultivator was mobilized, it would be impossible to break through the Shura sect. There were very few 7-star cultivators, and every one of them was a top-tier cultivator. If there were not enough benefits to attract them, they would not be mobilized at all. Chen Zong's Azura doppelganger was at the 7th ring of the Azura secret realm. He continued to cultivate, and his energy became purer and more powerful. The heavenly ferocious Tao will had already reached the pinnacle, and it was even more shocking. The Nirvana evil sword was also constantly absorbing the pure ferocious Qi in the Azura secret realm to replenish itself. Today, Chen Zong stepped into the Azura secret realm, not to cultivate, but to take away the Azura doppelganger. Once again, he entered Bewildering Light Island and appeared at the edge of the island. Then, Chen Zong used his divine will to communicate with the core of Bewildering Light Island, and used his power to transfer a low-rank fog demon to him. Chen Zong and his doppelganger attacked at the same time, killing the fog demon before it could react and obtaining its fog crystal. With control of Bewildering Light Island, Chen Zong could isolate the aura here, preventing others from sensing his doppelganger's existence. Maybe I can use other methods to obtain more fog crystals and beast crystals. Chen Zong held the low-grade fog crystal in his hand, and a light flickered in his eyes. Immediately, Chen Zong spread the news to every corner of Bewildering Light Island, allowing everyone on the island to hear it. Other than the Lightning Fire King and Ancient Wind King, there were 2 conditions for others to leave Bewildering Light Island. First, they had to guard the Azura's gate for 100 years. Second, they had to pay 10 low-grade fog crystals or 10 low-grade beast crystals, or 1 mid-grade fog crystal or 1 mid-grade beast crystal. They had to choose one of the 2 conditions. Guarding the Azura's gate for 100 years meant that they had to stay in the Azura's gate for 100 years, and some people were unwilling to accept this condition. After all, 100 years was not a short time. Of course, hunting fog demons and sea beasts was also a very dangerous thing, so the choice was entirely up to them. After announcing the news, Chen Zong no longer paid attention to it, and focused on hunting fog demons. The first target was naturally the low-grade fog demons. The number of low-grade fog crystals also increased. Using the low-grade fog crystals, Chen Zong entered seclusion to comprehend the first worldly stone inscription, while the Azura doppelganger entered the Azura secret realm to improve himself. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. In total, Chen Zong had consumed 30 low-rank fog crystals. With the help of the low-rank fog crystals, he started to comprehend the first heaven and earth stone carving. Perhaps it was because Chen Zong's foundation was extremely strong, or perhaps it was because his comprehension ability was superb, or perhaps it was because the will of heaven and earth in the King Naming Pagoda recognized that it was easier to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, or perhaps it was because the worldly stone inscriptions revealed the mysteries of heaven and earth more directly, or perhaps it was because of the mysterious assistance of the fog crystals. In other words, it should be because of the benefits brought by all of them, which allowed Chen Zong to create the 33rd level of the Origin Sword Art, further increasing his strength. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zong's battle prowess was an ordinary 4-star, but after creating the 33rd level of the Origin Sword Art, he directly reached the elite 4-star level. At the half-step Great Saint level, increasing one's battle prowess was many times more difficult than at the Saint realm. Therefore, many half-step Great Saint level powerhouses had been stuck at their original strength for many years, unable to make any progress. However, those who had just broken through to the half-step Great Saint level would often have a period of improvement, which was usually reflected in their cultivation method. Once one broke through to the half-step Great Saint level from the Saint realm, their realm would increase, and it would be relatively easier to create and perfect their cultivation method. At least, they could perfect one level to increase their battle prowess. The more powerful ones could perfect 2 levels. Next was moves, which were a kind of development and application of Tao intent, becoming more and more powerful. The Azura doppelganger was also improving, creating the 33rd level of the Burning Fiend Azura art, further increasing his strength. Now, let's start hunting the middle-rank fog demons, Chen Zong thought to himself. The middle-rank fog demons were at least 5-star in strength, and Chunzong would hunt for them. He would not provoke the fog demons with 6-star battle prowess for the time being. In addition, there were also people who chose to pay fog crystals or beast crystals to Chunzong and leave Bewildering Light Island. Whether it was individuals or sects, all of them were developing in a better and stronger direction. Time continued to pass, and the start of the Zenith Net gathering was getting closer and closer. At the edge of Bewildering Light Island, Chunzong and Chunxiu worked together to fight a 5-star fog demon. The fog demon's strength was shocking, and its claw came from the sky, covering the sky and earth. It was as if heaven and earth were in the grasp of this claw, and there was nowhere to dodge. Yin-Yang Sword Realm. Chunzong did not hesitate to use his ultimate defensive move, and an extremely mysterious aura spread out, and the black and white merged into one. Paramount Realm. The Yin-Yang Dao intent had also reached the Paramount Realm. Under the Paramount Realm, the Yin-Yang Sword Realm's defensive ability was even more shocking. It was enough to allow Chunzong to surpass the upper limit of his battle prowess, and resist the attack of a 5-star battle prowess. Heaven and Earth Line. After blocking the opponent's attack, the longsword pierced through the sky, and countless sword chi exploded and gathered in an instant. Heaven and earth became dim, and there was only an extremely black sword light that seemed to be filled with endless light that tore through the sky and attacked. The power of this sword had increased with Chunzong's improvement in all aspects, and it became even more powerful. At the same time, the Shura Doppelganger's sword also arrived. Endless baleful chi and baleful intent were all contained within this sword, and it did not leak out at all. The void was torn apart like a thin piece of paper, and that sword was like a red-hot iron that pierced into the ice and snow, and a terrifying power exploded out in an instant. Shura Wuxing. This was an ultimate move that the Shura Doppelganger Chunxiu had created in the Shura Secret Realm for the past few months. With this sword, a terrifying sword chi exploded out from the fog demon's body, and it wreaked havoc inside the fog demon's body, destroying everything. Wind-Fire Triple Sword Technique. 3 swords were unleashed in an instant, and their power exploded and destroyed wantonly. Under the joint attack of the two, the fog demon with 5-star battle strength was instantly killed, leaving behind a mid-grade fog crystal. The effect of a mid-grade fog crystal was several times better than that of a low-grade fog crystal. Perhaps I can try hunting sea beasts now, Chunzong said to himself. His current chi cultivation had reached the level of a half-step great saint, but his body refinement was still at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the chaotic heaven realm. Limited by his body refinement cultivation, the power of his Lingwu power was also affected, and it could not increase his strength greatly like before. Therefore, he must first raise his body refinement cultivation to the level of a half-step great saint, and it would be best if he could further break through the limit of the non-quenching jade technique, so that his power would be even more shocking. In order to raise his body refinement cultivation as soon as possible, he naturally needed treasured body refinement medicines, and the beast crystals of the sea beasts were very good. However, the sea beasts were a bigger threat than the fog demon. Therefore, he should first hunt the fog demon to increase his strength, and then hunt the sea beasts after that. Chunzong controlled the Bewildering Light Island and even the Bewildering Light Ocean, so he had a greater advantage. Immediately, a sea beast was transferred to the edge of the Bewildering Light Island. Chen Xiu attacked directly, and an extremely strong murderous aura condensed with his sword. Shura Wuxing. The attack pierced through everything, and before the sea beast could react, it directly pierced its huge body. Chapter 1728. This is the second update, senior brothers and sisters. Give me some monthly votes to help me out. Azura Peak. The main hall was grand and magnificent. Compared to the original Azura Gate main hall, it was like comparing a thatched hut to a magnificent palace. This was the main hall left behind by the Tian Luo sect, now owned by the Azura Gate. Inside the main hall there were 4 figures: Grand Elder Chen Zong, Azura Gate Patriarch, Great Elder and Third Elder. After switching to the Burning Evil Azura skill and taking the Heavenly Fiend pellet, as well as entering the Azura Secret Realm for a period of time, the Patriarch and the 2 Elders' cultivations had advanced by a large margin. Their strength had also soared, brimming with confidence and an extraordinary momentum. The purpose of this meeting was to discuss the upcoming Xeno Gathering. The Xeno Gathering was a grand event held once every 10 years in Xeno City. It was often used as a way to promote the prestige of a sect, and at the same time, it was also a way to evaluate each sect's strength. For example, if the Xeno Gathering was held this time, the Tian Luo sect that had lost its 4-star battle strength would be reduced to a high-grade force, and the Great Luo sect would be reduced to a mid-grade force. However, in the past, the Tian Luo sect had always been the host of the Xeno Gathering. Now that such a major change had occurred, the Tian Luo sect could no longer host the Xeno Gathering, much less the other sects. However, the current Azura Gate could still host it by force. The problem was, it was hard to convince the masses. On the level of peak experts, the current Azura Gate would definitely frighten all the other sects in Xeno City, but on the level of disciples, the difference was too great. After all, not long ago, the Azura Gate was in a state of turmoil. Most of the disciples had left, and although the remaining ones were loyal, their talents were relatively average. Now that the Azura Gate had returned to the Azura Peak, the cultivation environment had improved significantly. With the help of the Great Essence Gathering Array and the Pure Essence Array, and the Azura Secret Realm as a cultivation holy land, as long as the Azura Gate was given enough time, surpassing the other sects would not be difficult. Time was the most important thing right now. In the end, after discussion, they decided not to hold the Xeno Gathering this time. The Azura Gate did not have the resources to host the Xeno Gathering. If the Tian Luo sect did not say a word, the other sects. Thus, on the day that the Zenith Net meeting was supposed to be held, there was no movement, as if there was some sort of silent tacit agreement. Now that he had become the Grand Supreme Elder and the Sect Master had come out of his closed-door training, Chen Zong let go of everything. He no longer cared about the affairs of the sect and focused on improving himself. After his Qi refinement Dao reached the half-step Great Saint stage, it became extremely difficult for him to make any further progress. On the other hand, his body refinement Dao was still at the Saint Rudiment stage, but he had already reached the limit of the 9th level Chaos Heaven stage. Now, Chen Zong went into seclusion again to deduce the higher level of the non-Li Quenching Jade skill. The non-Li Quenching Jade art was a Saint-level extreme grade art. If one wanted to deduce it to a higher level, it would be an extreme grade art. Of course, it was impossible to achieve success in one go. He had to first break the limit and then continuously perfect it to become a peerless artifact. To a certain extent, there was no limit to how many levels a saint-level cultivation technique could have. For example, if Chen Zong couldn't achieve the Taichu Sword Energy technique, then he would stop at the 33rd level. He could also continue to improve and reach the 34th or 35th level, and so on. However, regardless of whether it was the 33rd, 34th, or 35th level, they were all extreme grade art. The Azura clone, Chen Xiu, was cultivating in the Azura Secret Realm's 7th ring and was constantly approaching the 8th ring. The main body, Chen Zong, was in seclusion on Bewildering Light Island. Wisps of dark red appeared on Chen Zong's skin. They were faintly discernible, and there was a faint red light flickering endlessly. An astonishing temperature was released from the dark red lines, and it spread out in all directions. Chen Zong was only wearing a pair of shorts, and his upper body was exposed. There were more and more dark red lines, and they became denser and denser. Gradually, it seemed to outline a very complicated flame outline, as if it was about to burn. accumulation, expansion. Then it exploded. Raging flames suddenly rose from Chen Zong's body and burned fiercely. The flames were dark red, and there were faint traces of golden light spreading, like stars flickering endlessly. A sharp and resounding sound suddenly rang out, surging in all directions. The flames were extremely hot, and it seemed to condense into the phantom of an ancient divine bird, like a vermilion bird and a phoenix. The chaotic sky power in his body also changed qualitatively. The non-quenching jade technique broke through the limit again and reached a higher level. The perfection of a qi cultivation technique and a body refining technique were different. The qi cultivation technique was improved layer by layer. The body refining technique was innovating the old to bring forth the new. It was directly created on the basis of the original technique according to one's own actual situation, and it was positioned at a higher level to be cultivated again. The flames kept burning, as if it wanted to burn everything around into ashes and nothingness. Gradually, the flames condensed and compressed, turning into a layer of dark red magma-like power. The temperature was restrained, and it did not seem to be so hot. However, the power contained in it was several times more terrifying. Now, with this chaotic sky power alone, I can compete with or even defeat a one-star battle strength. Chen Zong's mouth curved into a smile. He opened his palm, and the dark red lines spread out. Finally, they entangled in his palm and condensed into the phantom of an ancient divine bird. It was vivid and lifelike, like a sculpture. It gave people a warm feeling and was not dazzling to the eyes. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power contained in it was. Since the non-quenching jade technique has reached a higher level, then it's time to break through, Chen Zong said to himself. The power in his palm was withdrawn into his body, and he closed his eyes. Breakthrough. It was the half-step great saint level. The breakthrough of body refining was often more difficult than qi cultivation. However, for Chen Zong, it was not that difficult. After all, Chen Zong's accumulation was very strong, and his realm was very high. Therefore, this breakthrough was a matter of course. Explosions kept coming out of his body, like a volcano erupting. The magma torrent kept surging. Chen Zong's body was emitting endless heat, and steam was rolling. Tyrannical. The tyrannical power kept surging in his body. This power had surpassed the level of the chaotic sky realm and reached a higher level. It was the power of a half-step great saint for body refining. Compared to the power of a half-step great saint for qi cultivation, the power of a half-step great saint for body refining was often more tyrannical. As soon as he broke through, Chen Zong immediately took out a lot of sea beast crystals and began to absorb them. The sea beast crystals were treasures for body refining. Now that his body refining cultivation had just broken through, it was time to absorb the power. As the sea beast crystals were constantly consumed, the power in Chen Zong's body became stronger and stronger. It fed back to his body, and his physique kept improving. In the past few months, Chen Zong and the Azura doppelganger worked together to kill fog demons and sea beasts. They obtained a lot of low-grade and mid-grade fog crystal beast crystals. They kept refining them, and their improvement was very significant. After absorbing and refining all the beast crystals of the sea beasts, Chen Zong felt full. That was the upper limit of his physique after the breakthrough. Compared to when he had just broken through, he was now twice as strong as before. After a short rest, Chen Zong began to cultivate the supreme Lingwu technique to refine the power of Lingwu. Refining the power of Lingwu with a half-step great saint's qi refining and body refining power would only be more powerful. When Chen Zong succeeded in refining, he could feel the powerful Lingwu power condensing in his body. It was very shocking. Explode. In an instant, Chen Zong felt the power of the Genesis sword origin technique increasing continuously. It was a kind of qualitative improvement. He pointed his finger like a sword in the air. It seemed to be silent, but it also seemed that in an instant, a roar of wind and thunder resounded in the depths of the void. It was as if the void was directly pierced, leaving a short but very clear vacuum sword mark that slowly dissipated. Such power! Chernzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Before this, when he fully unleashed his strength, he could reach the level of an elite 5-star. With the Freedom State, he could even fight against an ordinary 6-star powerhouse. But now, when he fully unleashed his strength, he could fight against an elite 6-star powerhouse. In a short time, he had just broken through to the half-step Great Saint level and had the strength to kill an ordinary 6-star powerhouse. If this news were to spread, who knew what kind of reaction it would cause and how big of a storm it would cause? However, Chernzong was not complacent at all, nor was he complacent. Only he knew how much effort he had put in to achieve these achievements. Moreover, after learning about the scene in the void of the universe from Huaji, Chernzong's heart yearned even more. A mere half-step Great Sage was nothing at all. Even in the half-step Great Saint level, there were 7, 8, and even 9 stars. There were even legendary 10-star invincible existences. Now that I've broken through to the body refining realm, it's difficult to make much progress in a short time. It's time to go to the Eternal Battle Fort, Chernzong thought to himself. Of course, he could not go there with his real body. He did not have the ability to do so, but he could go there with his consciousness through the eternal token of heaven and earth. But before he went, the Shura sect matters had to be further stabilized before he could rest assured. Otherwise, he did not know how long this trip would take. The Shura sect could be considered to be on the right track now. It was constantly growing stronger, but it was still not enough. There were only 20 or so disciples. Whether a sect was strong or not depended on its disciples. Not only the quality but also the quantity. After discussing with the sect master and the 2 elders, they decided to open the Shura sect's mountain gate and recruit disciples. If it was half a year ago, the Shura sect's so-called opening of the mountain gate to recruit disciples would be a huge joke. At that time, the Shura sect's disciples were constantly leaving and were already on the verge of disintegration. Who would be willing to jump into the fire pit? But now, the situation had changed. Everything was different. At least, there was a superior cultivation environment and half-step Great Saint experts overseeing it. It gave people hope. In the tens of thousands of miles around Tai Luo City, there were many people dying every year, but there were also many people being born. The decennial Tai Luo Assembly was not only to promote the Shura sect, but also to prepare for the recruitment of disciples. When the news spread throughout Tai Luo City, it set off a frenzy. Of course, regarding this situation, some people sneered while others yearned for it. Their reactions were different. Some youngsters from smaller towns picked up their luggage and set off for the Shura sect. No matter what, the Shura sect now gave people hope to rise. If they took this opportunity to join the Shura sect, they would definitely gain more benefits. Chapter 1729. Third Update. Bewildering Light Island, Bewildering Light Island, Bewildering Light Realm. A figure appeared in an instant. After regulating his breathing, Chernzong brought his essence, energy, and spirit to their peak. He took out the Eternal Heaven and Earth Medallion. Reviving the Azura Gate was one of the ancient Azura King's last wishes. Chernzong was working hard on it and it was very effective. Currently, the Azura Gate was extremely united in terms of people's hearts. Their cohesiveness was astonishing. In terms of cultivation environment, they were second to none in the entire Grand Luo City. In terms of security, they were also the strongest in Grand Luo City. After opening the mountain gate, Chernzong personally presided over the selection process, and a total of 500 new disciples were added. All of them were of the younger generation and had strong plasticity and good temperament. They were not evil people and were worth nurturing. Next, it would depend on their own efforts. He believed that in 10 years, the Shura sect would have the qualifications and ability to host the Tai Luo gathering. The other wish of the ancient Shura king was the Rakshasa king. However, he did not know where the Rakshasa king was now. Also, if the Rakshasa king was still alive, his battle strength would be at least at the elite 7-star level. He was not a match for him now. In any case, it was necessary to continue improving his battle strength. However, after breaking through to the half-step Great Saint realm, his battle strength had soared and he had made great progress in all aspects. However, Chern Zong also felt that his progress was beginning to slow down. Perhaps the Eternal Battle Fort would be a great opportunity for him. After breaking through to the half-step Great Saint realm, Chern Zong's divine sense had also improved. He could now barely send 7-star experts away from Bewildering Light Island. Therefore, Chern Zong fulfilled his promise and sent the Thunder Fire King and the Ancient Wind King to the Supreme Mystery World. As for the others who had not yet left Bewildering Light Island, Chern Zong ignored them for the time being. He focused all of his mind and will on the token in his hand. In an instant, Chern Zong only felt that the token in his hand seemed to become incomparably heavy, as if an ancient bronze mountain was pressing down on him. It also seemed to become incomparably light, as if it was about to float up like a feather. Chern Zong's mind was in a trance for a moment. Then, he seemed to see a 9-colored passage. Each of the 9 colors was bright, and each of them emitted an extremely profound and mysterious aura, as if they were interpreting the eternity of the great Tao between heaven and earth. The 9 colors fluttered like ribbons, like seaweed swaying in the water and intertwining with each other. It was extremely mysterious. Chern Zong realized that even with his level of understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth, he couldn't see through it at all. He couldn't even see the surface of it. The 9 colors flashed before his eyes, becoming more and more blurry. That was because his speed was increasing. After some time, Chern Zong saw some light. It seemed to be an exit. Without the slightest hesitation, he threw himself over. Soon after, the 9 colors disappeared, and the light also disappeared. Only darkness seemed to exist eternally. Although he couldn't see it, Chern Zong had a strange feeling. It was as if there were streams of air coming from all directions and gathering around him. Oh, there's another newcomer. When his eyes still couldn't see, Chern Zong heard someone talking. How many newcomers is this year? Another voice sounded. It should be a few thousand. I didn't deliberately remember, the original voice said disapprovingly, full of indifference. Gradually, Chern Zong felt the existence of his body. Then, he opened his eyes. His eyes were so clear that the bottom could be seen. At a glance, Chern Zong found himself in a magnificent hall. The ceiling of the hall was like a void, full of bright stars, as if it were as deep and vast as the universe. Looking around, it was extremely spacious. Standing here, he felt as if he was in an endless world. How small was he? On the ground, the lines were exquisite beyond compare and incomparably complicated. With just a glance, Chern Zong had a feeling of dizziness and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. It was only a hall, but it made him feel as if he was facing the vastness of the world. Chern Zong couldn't imagine it. Chern Zong murmured, is this the Eternal Battle Fort? Chern Zong wasn't 100% sure whether this was the Eternal Battle Fort or not. The only thing he was sure of was that this place was far better than any building in the Tianyuan sacred region. It was on a completely different level. It was like comparing a shabby thatched hut to a magnificent hall. A scornful laugh suddenly sounded. He didn't know where it came from, but Chern Zong could tell that it was one of the 2 voices from before. This is indeed the Eternal Battle Fort, but it's only the reception hall of the Eternal Battle Fort. It's used to receive demigods like you who have tokens and can only come here as consciousness. Chern Zong ignored the disdain in the voice. Instead, he focused on the information contained in the word. This was indeed the eternal battle fort. However, it was only a part of the eternal battle fort. In other words, it was only a very small part of the eternal battle fort. It sounded like the tip of an iceberg floating on the sea. The second point was the token. He had the eternal heaven and earth token, which was left behind by the Lord of heaven and earth. According to Hua Ji, the Lord of heaven and earth was one of the three rulers of the eternal battle fort. He was one of the strongest people in the universe. If he could get the eternal heaven and earth token and come here as consciousness, others could too. After all, there were countless worlds in the universe, and the Lingwu sacred world was only one of them. Moreover, according to Hua Ji, the Lingwu sacred world wasn't a powerful world. It was said that in some powerful worlds, there could be many peerless geniuses in the same generation. It wasn't like the Lingwu sacred world, where there was only one generation, and there would be a gap of many years before the next generation appeared. Therefore, Chen Zong understood when the two voices mentioned that there would be thousands of people this year. The last point was the title, Demigod. Chen Zong remembered very clearly that the demons of the void, who were half a step away from the great saint level, were called demigod. In the Lingwu sacred world, they were called half a step away from the great saint level. If that was the case, they were called demigods in the universe. If that was the case, the great saint level masters in the Lingwu sacred world were considered gods. Gods? Gods? Chen Zong wasn't sure, but he could only speculate. May I ask, how do I get there? Chen Zong's expression was calm, and he asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, even though he didn't know where the voice came from. His calm attitude surprised the person in the dark, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. Show me your token, the voice said again. Chen Zong waved his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. It shone with black and white light. The black was steady and heavy, and the white was light and vast, like the earth and the sky. The eternal heaven and earth token belongs to the Lord of heaven and earth. Turn left and walk straight. When you see the gate of heaven and earth, just step into it, the second voice said. Chen Zong took a step forward as he was told. Then he realized that he had appeared in an altar. Countless patterns gathered on it, and the altar had an indescribable sense of ancientness, as if it had existed since time immemorial and was indestructible. On the altar, countless divine lights flowed, countless divine lights shone, and countless divine clouds appeared and crossed the sky, containing endless mysteries. Chen Zong could feel that the aura was somewhat familiar. It seemed that just now, it had surrounded him and kept condensing into his current body. It was just an altar, but the divine lights, and divine clouds were endless. It was like a group of dragons swimming, explaining the eternal mysteries of the void of heaven and earth. However, Chen Zong didn't dare to look or think too deeply, because his consciousness couldn't bear it. If he thought too deeply, he would feel dizzy. In more serious cases, his consciousness would be shaken and disintegrate, and his foundation would be damaged. Retracting his gaze, Chen Zong continued to walk forward, continuously stepping forward. With each step, Chen Zong didn't slow down, but the distance in front of him seemed to be endless. With a calm mind, Chen Zong continued to walk forward. He felt as if he had walked for several days before he saw a black and white door. The door was 100 meters tall. Black and white flowed on it, and it emitted a vigorous, heavy light and vast aura. It was exactly the same as the eternal token of heaven and earth in his hand. The gate of heaven and earth. This was the door that belonged to the master of heaven and earth. The black and white color reminded Chen Zong of the yin and yang Tao will that he had comprehended and mastered. It was also black and white, but the two gave off a different feeling. Chen Zong still couldn't comprehend the mysteries in it. Filled with excitement, Chen Zong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he clenched the eternal token of heaven and earth in his hand. With a fearless and indomitable attitude, His eyes became sharp, like sharp swords shooting across the sky. He raised his foot and took a step forward with great determination. A buzzing sound was heard. It was very subtle, but it spread in all directions and passed through his body, resonating with the eternal token of heaven and earth in his hand. In the next breath, Chen Zong felt an irresistible force spread throughout his body, as if it had cleansed him. But this cleansing seemed to have brought about some kind of change, but it was difficult to detect. Chen Zong didn't have time to detect it. He found himself in front of another door. The door was very strange. The upper part was white, as if there were endless white clouds in it. It turned into a vast sea of clouds, vast and boundless, as if it was a boundless sky. The lower part was black. It was a kind of black that had been there for an unknown number of years. It was vigorous, heavy, simple, and vast, as if it was a vast land. With just a glance, Chen Zong felt as if he had fallen into it. It was so profound that he couldn't extricate himself. The gate of heaven and earth. This was the true door of the Master of heaven and earth. Chen Zong, who had just calmed down, became excited once again. He immediately took a step forward and gradually approached the huge door. The more he approached, the more he felt himself to be insignificant. The path was very wide. It was black, as if it had been there since time immemorial. Walking on it, one could feel an indescribable heaviness. The eternal token of heaven and earth in his hand trembled slightly and emitted traces of power. The power wasn't strong, but it wanted to move forward and turn into a kind of guidance, guiding Chen Zong in the direction he should go. Chapter 1730. Fourth update. The dark path seemed to be endless. Chen Zong tried his best to move forward, but he couldn't speed up. This was because the body he was in now was purely a body without cultivation. After all, he had used the eternal heaven and earth token to send his consciousness here. Otherwise, the eternal battle fort was located in the void of the universe. It was unknown how far away it was from the Lingwu holy world. Even supreme saints might not be able to reach it. However, the mystery was too deep. Chen Zong couldn't understand it, so he didn't think too much about it. With the guidance of the eternal heaven and earth token, Chen Zong came to a large hall. Initial Earth Hall. Although Chen Zong couldn't understand what the words were, he could understand the meaning behind them. The Initial Earth Hall was completely dark. It was like a huge mountain. It stood at the edge of the path, as if it was one with the dark earth. It was indestructible. There were many people lining up outside the Initial Earth Hall. Chen Zong stood in line. With a glance, he found that the people lining up didn't have any aura fluctuations. Either that, or they were so restrained that he couldn't sense it. However, there was another possibility. These people were like him. They had used their consciousness to come here. With the power of this place, they used their consciousness as the main body to reconstruct a body. This body wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. It was a body of pure energy, similar to the Azura avatar. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the Azura avatar. After all, the Azura avatar's body could be considered a Taoist body. The body that Chen Zong condensed was just a very ordinary body of energy. It could only be stable and didn't have any special talent. However, Chen Zong felt that it was extraordinary, but he didn't know what was so extraordinary about it. The line wasn't short. There were probably hundreds of people. However, they moved quickly. Therefore, it was Chen Zong's turn in less than 15 minutes. He showed his token and stepped into the Initial Earth Hall. There was no grand hall in sight, only a small room. It was pitch black, and the aura it emitted was incomparably vigorous. The test begins. You have a limited time to comprehend the cultivation method and increase your cultivation. A deep voice suddenly rang out, piercing straight into Chen Zong's eardrums, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His mind was in turmoil. Soon after, Chen Zong calmed his mind, but his thoughts were running at lightning speed. Test? What test? Hua Ji didn't mention it. Maybe she didn't know, maybe she forgot, or maybe she was too lazy to explain. Chen Zong was not a slow-witted person. His mind raced like lightning. The word test was easy to understand. It was to increase one's cultivation by circulating one's cultivation technique. What cultivation technique was he trying to comprehend? What cultivation method was he using? Since he had not obtained any cultivation technique, how could he circulate the cultivation technique that he had cultivated? What was the purpose of this test? Not sure. Apart from knowing that this was the Eternal Battle Fort's territory, he didn't know anything else. A buzzing sound suddenly resounded as strands of black and white divine light suddenly appeared and condensed into numerous extremely profound characters. They transformed into numerous ribbons that also seemed like chains that coiled around Chen Zong's body. Chen Zong couldn't understand any of the characters. They were characters that he had never seen before. But Chen Zong had a feeling that he could understand the meaning behind them. Heavenly execution. It was execution, not incantation. This was a cultivation method, and it was very strange. Chen Zong started to comprehend it with his superb comprehension ability. His consciousness was here, but his comprehension ability was not weakened at all. However, Chen Zong found that it was not easy to comprehend this cultivation method. Even with his superb comprehension ability, it was difficult to comprehend. After an unknown period of time, Chen Zong finished comprehending the first level and completely grasped its mysteries. Without stopping, he started to comprehend the second level. Heavenly execution was very mysterious and profound. As soon as Chen Zong started to comprehend it, he was completely drawn in. He was completely immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. As a result, Chen Zong completely forgot where he was and what he was doing. After an unknown period of time, he finished comprehending the second level. Without stopping, he started to comprehend the third level in one go. The first level was the easiest to comprehend. The second level was harder, and the third level was even harder. However, Chen Zong's comprehension ability was amazing. With the first and second levels as the foundation, he completely comprehended the third level. When Chen Zong wanted to comprehend the fourth level, he suddenly found that there was no more. Heavenly execution only had the first 3 levels. How could this be? Chen Zong was surprised. Then he remembered that he was in an unknown test. The test seemed to be about comprehending and cultivating a cultivation method. Moreover, there was a so-called time limit. However, he didn't know what the time limit was. I hope I can make it in time, Chen Zong couldn't help but murmur. Without hesitation, Chen Zong started to cultivate. Heavenly execution was more exquisite than any cultivation method that Chen Zong had seen before. This was because it was a cultivation method that took into account both qi cultivation and body refining. At the same time, the nature of the power cultivated was amazing. It was as if some secret methods of refining strength were integrated into it. For example, in the non-quenching jade skill, there was a secret technique called the Ignis Force. With the power of the non-quenching jade skill as the foundation, the Ignis Force could be refined into an even more powerful Ignis Force than the non-quenching jade skill. As for heavenly execution, it was like Ignis strength was directly integrated into non-quenching jade skill. There was no need to cultivate them separately. There was no doubt that heavenly execution was a very profound cultivation method. Even if it only had the first 3 levels, it was very powerful. Chen Zong deduced that the complete heavenly execution was definitely far superior to the Taichu sword source skill that he had created. Chen Zong began his cultivation and channeled the first layer of worldly secret. Immediately, strands of black and white aura were drawn out, filling the air from below and above. They circled around Chen Zong like two spiritual snakes intertwining with one another, black and white. In the next moment, the black and white snakes were very agile. They entered Chen Zong's body through his nostrils and were quickly refined. As the worldly will was activated, Chen Zong could feel the black aura fusing into his body, causing his body to become increasingly solid and stronger. It was as if he was refining his body. As for the white aura, it flowed within his body like a wisp of vital energy. Cultivation. Chen Zong kept cultivating. The qi on his body gradually changed. It became more vigorous and heavy, but also more graceful and vast. Different qi waves appeared on his body at the same time, but there was an indescribable harmony. The qi was weak at first, but as he cultivated, it grew stronger. Chen Zong could clearly feel that his cultivation was increasing. According to the standards of Tianyuan sacred region, he was at the lowest level, the foundation establishment stage. The speed of his cultivation was astonishing. When his cultivation reached the first level of the transcendent realm, Chen Zong suddenly could not absorb any qi. The upper level test is over. Begin the lower level test. The low voice sounded again. Chen Zong was a little stunned. The scene before him changed. It was as if chaos was opening. White filled the air, rising, and black sank. Heaven and earth were distinct. He was standing on the black ground, and above him was the white sky. A figure appeared out of thin air. He was wearing a black and white battle armor that covered his entire body and had a saber at his waist. "I am your opponent. Choose the weapon you want." The black and white armored man's voice sounded. It was deep and had a metallic texture. "Sword," Chen Zong said without hesitation. Immediately, the black and white qi spread out and gathered from all directions. It condensed and twined in front of Chen Zong and turned into a long sword. The hilt was black, the blade was white, and the spine of the sword was black. Chen Zong grasped the sword with his right hand and clasped his fingers. An incomparably comfortable feeling arose spontaneously. The weight was just right. The moment the sword was in his hand, the black and white armored man did not hesitate. He took a step forward like a fierce wolf or a fierce tiger. He was vigorous, ruthless, and overbearing. He closed in on Chen Zong in an instant. With a wave of his right arm, the saber at his waist was unsheathed. It carried a ring of black light and slashed out like a crescent moon. Its power was astonishing, as if it was going to split Chen Zong in half. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. He was horrified. The saber was very powerful and astonishing. The qi that spread out was indescribably vigorous and light. It also had a kind of determination. This was obviously the power cultivated by heaven and earth execution. His opponent was also a master of heaven and earth execution. However, Chen Zong was never afraid of fighting. He slashed out with his sword, and the power of heaven and earth execution's first layer filled the air. The heavy power condensed in an instant and turned into an extremely tyrannical force that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Kill! The saber and the sword collided in an instant. Chen Zong only felt a powerful impact and the sword in his hand was instantly shattered. The saber continued to slash forward with irresistible force, wanting to split Chen Zong in half. Strong. This opponent's cultivation is even higher than mine. According to the level of cultivation, his current cultivation was about the first layer of the transcendent realm. This meant that his opponent was at least at the late stage of the transcendent realm. As for heaven and earth execution, they should both be at the first layer. However, the gap between their cultivation bases was still there. Chen Zong moved his feet and dodged in an instant. He stabilized the sword in his hand, and under the power of heaven and earth execution, his sword turned into a stream of light. This sword was white and used the white power of heaven and earth execution. It was extremely light and extremely fast. However, it was still blocked by his opponent's saber and counterattack. After barely dodging, the third saber slashed down. The incomparably light white saber light filled the air like flowing clouds, covering all directions. Immediately, a pitch-black saber light condensed out of thin air like a mountain of sabers, sweeping through the air and crushing everything in its path. Chen Zong still did not dodge. Even though his sword skills were extremely high, his opponent's saber skills were also quite good. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation was far higher than his. It was a complete suppression of cultivation. The last saber strike was overbearing and forceful. Chen Zong was immediately forced back. The sword in his hand almost shattered and trembled violently. The power behind the saber strike was so strong that it felt like his body was being torn apart. Chen Zong only felt like his body was about to fall apart. He could not summon any strength for a while. "You've lost." A deep voice sounded in Chen Zong's ears. "I've lost." Chapter 1731. This is the end of the 5th update. Please follow the official account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. The black and white disappeared and returned to chaos. Then, Chen Zong returned to the black room and waited quietly. The upper part of the test is over. First level of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art, low rank. The lower part of the test is over. Combat status, intermediate rank. Consciousness age test is over. 10 years. Constitution test is over. Mortal body, low rank. Final evaluation is low rank. A low and deep voice suddenly sounded and was transmitted into Chen Zong's ears. Soon after, Chen Zong felt an aura spread and imprint itself on his Eternal World token. Status: low rank. Chen Zong couldn't help but frown slightly. What kind of classification was this? It was completely different from the Lingwu Holy World and the Tianyuan Holy Realm. It was difficult to grasp at the moment. Status should refer to cultivation. According to the standards of the Tianyuan Holy Realm, he was in the first level of the Transcendent Realm, which was the early stage of the Transcendent Realm. Then, status should refer to the Transcendent Realm. As for the final evaluation of low, this gave Chen Zongxing a bad feeling. Low rank. It didn't sound like a high-ranking ranking. As for the consciousness age, did it refer to age? And the so-called constitution test, what did it refer to? Well, no matter what, the test was over. He could only accept it for now and wait until he had enough understanding. The scene before him changed again, and Chen Zong found himself in a grand hall. Other than himself, there were many other people who had entered the initial Earth Hall before. Regardless of whether they were men or women, they all looked very young and were brimming with an extremely lively aura. This kind of aura belonged to the younger generation. Congratulations, you have all passed the test of the initial hall and are qualified to become soldiers of the Eternal Battle Fort. A low and vigorous voice sounded, with an indescribable heaviness like the earth. You are all still young and the highest cultivation is the demigod realm. You can't come here with your real bodies. You can only come here with your consciousness and use the power of the Eternal Battle Fort to reforge your bodies. From now on, you will have to cultivate again. Of course, your consciousness can also return to your original world with the Eternal World token and return to your original body. Here, the Heaven and Earth Divine Art will be your main cultivation art. Unless you have enough ability one day to obtain a higher level cultivation art, the Fortune of Heaven and Earth Secret Art. Fortune of Heaven and Earth Art. Chen Zong didn't have any reaction, but he noticed that some people's bodies trembled slightly, and they seemed to be a little excited. They should know about the Fortune of Heaven and Earth Art. It should be a very profound cultivation method that far surpassed the will of heaven and earth. Fortune of Heaven and Earth Incantation. Chen Zong repeated it silently in his heart, as if it was branded deeply into his mind. Now, we will arrange your accommodations according to your evaluation. There were more than 100 people in the initial Earth Palace, and they were all assigned to different residences. Chunzong's test evaluation was low level, which belonged to the lowest level. Chunzong also knew that the test evaluation was divided into low level, middle level, high level, and king level from low to high. The lowest level of evaluation meant that his residence was the most ordinary. In the area for low-level fighters, there was a 2-story pavilion about 100 meters apart. Some of the pavilions were empty, while others were occupied. In the pavilion adjacent to Chunzong's, there was an owner. It was a very friendly person called Yang Guan. Yang Guan had been in the Eternal Battle Fort for close to 2 years, and because of his personality, he had a deep understanding of the Eternal Battle Fort. It could be said that apart from some of the more important information and secrets, he basically knew everything. It didn't take long for Yang Guan and Chunzong to become familiar with each other. Chunzong didn't talk much, but he wasn't cold, and he knew how to judge people. Yang Guan was a good person, and he could make friends with him. From Yang Guan, Chunzong naturally had a deeper understanding of the Eternal Battle Fort. The Eternal Battle Fort was very, very, very big. It was said that it was transformed from a star, which made Chunzong feel that it was hard to imagine. Transforming a star into a huge fort, just thinking about it was inconceivable and shocking. The huge Eternal Battle Fort was divided into 3 branches. This was because the Eternal Battle Fort had 3 rulers: the Eternal Overlord, the Void Overlord, and the Overlord of Heaven and Earth. Therefore, the 3 branches were divided into the Eternal Branch, the Void Branch, and the Overlord of Heaven and Earth Branch. Compared to the ancient Eternal Overlord, the Void Overlord and the Overlord of Heaven and Earth were relatively young. Of course, that was relative. Even if they were young, they were old monsters who had lived for countless years in the void. The so-called void year was a calculation of time in the void of the universe. In other words, 1 void year was equivalent to 10 years in each world. 1 to 10. The 3 branches of the Eternal Battle Fort weren't enemies, but they were still competitors. As for the initial Earth Hall test, it was something that every newcomer had to go through. The cultivation levels in the void of the universe, from low to high, were human, earth, heaven, and demigod. Above demigod was the immanent god realm. Compared to the Lingwu holy world, human corresponded to foundation establishment realm, earth corresponded to transcendence realm, heaven corresponded to saint realm, and demigod was half a step into the great saint realm. Then, was the immanent god realm the strongest great saint realm? No, it shouldn't be. According to Hua Ji's inference, there might be a connection between the great saint realm and the immanent god realm. For example, it was only the lowest level of the immanent god realm. However, these were too far away from him, so he didn't need to delve into it. Chunzong also knew the test techniques and how to get a high evaluation. The first part tested cultivation, which was very intuitive. After all, cultivation was very important. Therefore, after comprehending the first level of heaven and earth execution, they would start cultivating to improve their cultivation as much as possible. Under normal circumstances, they could cultivate to the high earth realm. Chunzong, who was in the low earth realm, was very weak. The second test was actual combat. The opponent's strength was limited to the high earth realm. Next was the year of consciousness, which was the so-called age. After all, some people were born earlier and some were born later. Chunzong's age was 10. He didn't understand it before, but now he did. It was defined as 100 years. Of course, it wasn't an accurate number. However, 1 void year was equivalent to 10 years in Otherworld. Moreover, Chunzong felt that this might include his time in the Lingwu Holy World and the previous world. The last test was the Constitution test. According to Yang Guan, when one's consciousness arrived at the Eternal Battle Fort, it would be condensed into a new body by the power of the Eternal Battle Fort. When it was assigned to the heaven and earth bloodline, the moment it stepped into the heaven and earth gate, it would be infused with the unique power of the heaven and earth bloodline. Thus, it would have the basic qualification to cultivate heaven and earth execution. However, that was only the most basic constitution. Some people who came from big forces would be prepared or specially cared for. Therefore, they would receive more power of the heaven and earth, and the condensed body would be better, closer to the Tao body. If the Tao body cultivated the corresponding cultivation method, it would be twice the result with half the effort. After the test, his own constitution was the most basic low mortal body. In fact, most of the new members of the Eternal Battle Fort were low mortal bodies. There were also some outstanding or prepared ones who could reach medium mortal bodies, high mortal bodies, and even peak mortal bodies. In terms of age, Chen Zong had no advantage over the other new members. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. In terms of constitution, he was similar to most of the new members. However, in terms of cultivation, because he was engrossed in comprehending heaven and earth execution, he missed the time to cultivate. As a result, he could only cultivate to low earth rank. Due to the limitation of his cultivation, he was defeated by a high earth rank opponent who had excellent saber techniques. He was evaluated as medium earth rank. Overall, it was not good. It was very ordinary. It was even at the bottom of the low earth rank. The problem was that Chen Zong did not know about the test at all. He was not prepared at all. In addition, he was so excited that he forgot everything. He was completely immersed in the mysteries of heaven and earth execution and missed the time. However, Chen Zong did not care too much about it. It was not worth regretting, because the evaluation at the beginning was only the beginning. The subsequent performance was also very important. In the Eternal Battle Fort, battle results were very important. The first 3 levels of heaven and earth execution could be obtained by any new member. However, the following techniques could only be exchanged with corresponding battle result. In addition, some martial arts, secret techniques, and cultivation resources could only be exchanged with battle result. Other than a 2-story pavilion and the first 3 levels of heaven and earth execution, there was no other treatment for low earth rank newcomers. They had to fight for everything. If they could reach medium earth execution, they could choose a martial art for free. If they were high earth rank, the treatment would be even better. As for king rank, it was beyond imagination. Chen Zong asked Yang Guan for advice on how to obtain battle result. There were 2 ways to obtain battle result. The first way was to challenge the tower. It was called Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. Every time you passed a floor, you could obtain a corresponding battle result. The higher the floor, the more battle results you could obtain. The second way was to fight. There was an ethereal realm in the Eternal Battle Fort. Anyone in the Eternal Battle Fort could enter the ethereal realm to fight. If they won, they could obtain battle results and even increase the level of the ethereal realm. Chen Zong had to admit that he was lucky to have such a friendly neighbor like Yang Guan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to get to know him so well. Based on my 2 years of experience here, it's best to cultivate first and try your best to increase your cultivation to the level of your original body. Then, you can challenge the battle tower or the ethereal realm, Yang Guan said in the end. Chen Zong nodded. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. There was also a saying, sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting wood. Cultivate first. Thank you, Brother Yang. Chen Zong cupped his fists to Yang Guan. He was older than Yang Guan. Haha, Brother Chen, good luck. Yang Guan smiled optimistically. After Yang Guan left, Chen Zong began to cultivate in seclusion. First level of heaven and earth execution. This was a cultivation method belonging to the master of heaven and earth. Only those with the corresponding physique could cultivate it. Two different types of energy continuously flowed into Chernzong's body. They were absorbed and refined by him, increasing his cultivation. In terms of realm, Chernzong was a half-step great saint, which was the so-called demigod realm. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to increase the cultivation of this body to the corresponding level. However, for now it would still take some time. After all, his physique was only a low mortal physique. The higher the physique, the faster the cultivation speed. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.